I know that there's definitely a rivalry. I didn't realize that they felt that they were the second team in town. I never understood that.
Pierzynski not only bangs into Barrett, bangs onto the plate, and here they go.
You ever seen any rats at the field?
Have I? By name? Or
You can definitely tell with everybody that's here right now that we're playing the Cubs.
My first experience of it, so I'm looking forward to it.
fans enjoy, but guys, players enjoy it too.
Michael Jordan has tied up the ball game.
I just look at it as a really cool thing.
This is Fields Auto Group Cubs pregame live.
Side, any side. Are you pulling for the North Siders or the South Siders? Cubs and White Sox kick off their annual rivalry, the first of 6 games between these two. The quest for the Crosstown Cup will begin right here at Wrigley Field. Glenn and JD have the call at 3. Welcome into Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto Group. I am Pat Boyle, Mike Side with Todd Hollinsworth, Belton, Bill Melton, the general manager of the Chicago Cubs, Jed Hoyer. Jed, thank you for joining us. A lot of things I'm sure have felt different about the first half of this season. Has this rivalry, as we enter it, has it felt a little different this time around?
Yeah, well, it's the first time since we've been here that we're a competitive team. We've always, played these guys at a place where a place of weakness. We've been a seller 3 years in a row. The first year we were here in 2012, the White Sox were really good. And that felt, that didn't feel very good. They came in our place and swept us. They really took it to us. The last 2 years that both teams have been struggling. Right now, the White Sox are playing better. We've had a good first half, and so it should be a really fun weekend.
Well, Jed, talk about that first half. I think expectations, for most of us, have probably been a little bit better, or the results, the record's been better than maybe even the expectations coming in.
Yeah, it's been a good first half. Our team's got a really good vibe about it right now. Really good clubhouse, really good energy. We've been showing up to play every day. Frankly, the pitching has really kept us going. Our bats have been struggling for the last 3 weeks or so. Some guys that normally hit have been in slumps. But, having Lesser, Arrieta, Hamill, Hendricks, those guys have pitched really well for 3 weeks, and that's really kept us afloat.
Do you feel, let me ask him real quick, do you feel you accomplished your goal as a general manager like Rick Hahn on the South Side? It looked like he addressed every issue, the weaknesses of all the White Sox. I don't think he's really happy the way the results are right now, but yourself, how do you feel about where you are now with what happened in this offseason?
Yeah, I think we feel good. I think the offseason, in some ways, we're trying to continue our building process. We brought in some guys like Montero, like Fowler, that complemented where we were. Tried to bring in some veteran leadership with guys like DeNorfia and Ross. But in some ways, it's all about our young guys playing well. And, we knew that was going to be the case. I don't think you ever feel like you've done a great job in this business. I think it's, our last game we played was a crushing loss, so I don't think you ever feel too good about it. But I think we're happy with where we are, and we know that we probably have to address some things here at the deadline.
Jed, bring us up to speed on where Jason Hamill's at. He had the MRI. Is he going to miss any time?
Yeah, the MRI came back clean. We're kind of lucky, honestly, with the All-Star break coming up. We can push him back after the All-Star break, and our hope is that he comes back ready to go after the All-Star break. So, knock on wood, I think we dodged a bullet there. But it makes you realize how thin pitching is and how we do probably have to add depth here as we're in July and August.
Well, I think there's been a lot of the conversation, though, as I asked you about maybe beating expectations. You got a young group, and I think that's a great place to be. The young guys are helping this team win, but also complicated on some levels when you're trying to, as you said, make this team better in the now. How do you plan on going about that?
Yeah, it's a challenge. I think we're a very good team this year, and you always want to focus on the team right now. You never know what's going to happen in the future, so you got to focus on now. But we have built this with young players, and hopefully it makes us competitive for a long time. So we'll try to balance out at the deadline, thinking about now and thinking about the future. And if a deal can really address both, that's something that we will likely take a hard look at.
What is the game plan for Kyle Schwarber?
Well, we kind of used a fortunate schedule to bring him up. We had the 5 or 6 games in American League Parks to get his bat in the lineup. We're going to let him catch for right now in AAA. At some point, we may feel like he's caught enough for his legs for this year, and then think about how we can maybe get him back up here. But
Right now, he's a AAA catcher, hitting very well, and that's really our focus.
Well,
Go ahead.
Based on where you are right now, okay, and the standings and stuff and how your team is playing, do you envision going into that trade market or that free agency market or the trade market really and maybe picking up a veteran pitcher? Or are you looking for a second line pitchers or something? Because pitching seems to be the issue right now a little bit, not as much as you're hitting, but you're not going to pick up hitting. You've got too many young players that are good. So let's talk about the pitching.
Yeah, from a hitting standpoint, I think we realize that the solutions probably lie within, and that's what we'll focus on. We definitely need pitching depth. Jason's injury underscores that. You know, we'll see. Right now it's a seller's market. We're going to have to wade into those waters, and you know, we're not going to do anything that's detrimental to the organization, but certainly adding starting pitching, adding depth is something that can benefit us, you know, for the rest of the summer.
What an honor to have Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo go to the All-Star game and both participate in the home run derby. Any advice you or Theo will have as those two depart for Cincinnati?
Yeah, have fun. You know, like I said, you got to enjoy every season. You know, I hope those guys are All-Stars many times, and this is an annual event. You know, but you never know. And you know, the fact that Chris Bryant gets to go, his dad's throwing the home run derby to him. Enjoy the moment. You know, have a wonderful time. You rub elbows with all the great players in the game. Realize that you're one of the great players in the game, and then let's come back here and get out for the second half.
Has Chris surprised you at all here in the first half?
He's really surprised me in his ability to deal with failure. You know, he had a stretch where he was struggling at the plate. He kind of managed to find his hits, managed to find his walks. I feel like he's coming out of it right now. That's a really hard thing to deal with as a young player. Right. I think he's dealt with it really well. You know, I'm glad he's on our side. He's a really good player.
Right.
And, you know, hopefully, like I said, hopefully this All-Star game is one of many.
You know, we talked so much at the beginning of the season, the service time with Chris. The silver lining to that is when he came back, there was a ton of fanfare. I mean, MLB kind of stopped and said, Chris Bryant is making his major league debut. Do you think in a way that was kind of a jump start to what a great start and to actually be in the All-Star game as a rookie?
Yeah, you know, I think it's been hard on him, I think, and it shows his maturity that when your game it gets that much fanfare, and you know, your debut, everyone's looking at you, you punch out 3 times in your debut, and I think that takes some maturity to bounce back from it. He bounced back really well. You know, listen, I think it's fun today. We got, you know, Rodon against Bryant. You got, you know, the number 3 pick in 2014. You got the number 2 pick in 2013. You know, it's nice to see these young guys paying dividends for both teams right away. You know, I think the future's bright, you know, for both sides as far as their young pitching and our young hitting.
I don't think that Joe Madden really wants us maybe talking about him too much, but, you know, talking about the players and giving the credit where the credit is due. I know he thinks that way. My question to you is this. There's no denying his impact on this ball club and what Joe has done, not only here, but even for the city and, you know, the enthusiasm, the excitement that we're all coming out here to see every day. What has Joe meant to this group?
No, I think there's no doubt. I mean, yeah, he's meant a ton to this team. He's given them confidence. He's unflappable. He seems to push the right buttons clubhouse-wise and as a tactician at the right times. You know, we lost a crushing game the other night. Mm-hmm. You come down after the game, you see him. He's like, no, that was probably the best game we played all year. We made a bad pitch at the wrong time, but he never lets the players get away from that. If we play a bad game, but we win, you know, he sort of points that out. If we play a great game and lose, he points that out as well. I think the players take the cues from the manager. He's been positive. He's been on point all year. I think it makes a big difference.
Theo held his annual charity event last night at Metro. All the players were there. The staff was there. Eddie Vedder was there. Good time had by all. But as a savvy general manager in Major League Baseball, you made the right move. You were not there, but there's a good reason why. Yeah,
I know it was my anniversary. You know, I work with Theo, but I live with my wife, so you gotta make the right choices in life, and that was a pretty easy one.
Maybe your best move of the year. We will see.
Jed Hoyer, good. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Time for a step aside here on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. Up next, White Sox skipper Robin Ventura joins us live. Plus, we're taking a look at some of the most iconic moments in this rivalry throughout the show, starting with Aramis Ramirez walk-off homer in 2008.
Trying to end it. The White Sox trying to get this one into the 10th. Deep to center field. Anderson's back. Warning track. Ball game over. Cubs win. Ramirez into center. They win it 4-3.
Pregame Live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
There is a family feeling here. It is a comfortable car-related experience.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
Whatever we bought, we wanted to buy it from here. You're going to feel good about the purchase. They're going to stand behind it. The service is beyond what you'd expect.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of our Fields Matters program.
It's just been a great experience, and that's why I've continued to come back.
Fields matters because you matter.
We're a Fields family, absolutely.
Where were you born? It's a question asked all the time. Because where you're from shapes who you are, inspires how you do things. And when that inspiration comes from a place this refreshing, this majestic, this, well, you get the idea. Coors Light, born in the Rockies.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
Hey, Ralph Punzel.
Oh, hey, Ronnie.
Where are you headed?
Great Clips.
You're getting a haircut?
I checked in already. Using their online check-in.
I'm dying to check.
It saves you time.
You're getting a haircut.
Why? Thinking about applying to astronaut school.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll see you, Ronnie.
Next time, save time. Download the online check-in app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is a great place to work, not because they have yoga meetings and a juice bar, because they're getting Comcast Business Internet. Comcast Business offers convenient installation appointments that work around your schedule, and it takes about an hour.
Get reliable internet that's up to 5 times faster than DSL from the phone company. Call 800-501-6000 to switch today.
Perks are nice, but the best thing you can give your business is Comcast Business.
Comcast Business, built for business.
This Cubs injury report is brought to you by ATI Physical Therapy, taking physical therapy to a higher level. Ask your doctor about ATI Physical Therapy. Get there.
We're back on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. It'll be right-hander Kyle Hendricks on the bump for the Cubs against lefty Carlos Rodon. Len and JD have the call for you at 3 o'clock. Time now to take a look at the lineups for both squads. First, we begin with the Cubs. It's brought to you by Wrigleyville Sports. It'll be Fowler in the leadoff spot, followed by Rizzo, Bryant, Soler. DeNorfia is in left. Castro bats 6th. Taylor Teagard behind the plate. Hendricks bats in the 8-hole. Russell will bat 9th. Take a look at Robin Ventura's lineup card. It'll be Eaton leading off. Tyler Saladino will make his MLB debut, and he'll play third. Abreu's batting third. Melky is in the cleanup spot. Avi Garcia 5th. Alexi 6th. Flowers is 7th. Sanchez and Rodon. And we are back on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group, and we are joined by the skipper of the Chicago White Sox, Robin Ventura. Thanks for doing this, Robin. First of all, you know, back in 97, 98, when Interleague started, what was that rivalry like, the north side versus the south side?
Well, I mean, we used to have the exhibition game that we would play. You know, you would play an inning and then you're out.
Right.
So, you know, once they got Interleague, I think this is what Interleague was meant for. You know, you get the cities that have 2 teams in one city, and there's more excitement in this game than there is in just any other Interleague type game. So they're fun games. They count. You know, just fan-wise, it becomes special.
Have they changed for you in your 4 years, you know, from, you know, where it once was, the players? I know the players, you know, the names kind of come and go. PK, you know, Paulie Canerico no longer here. How has it changed for you as a manager?
It doesn't change. I mean, these are always fun games to be part of. You know, you see them on the schedule, you know, when they come out. So everybody knows you're leading up to it, and everybody starts talking about it probably about a week and a half ahead of time. So they're always fun, and the guys look forward to it. I mean, everybody might say they don't, but everybody looks forward to it.
You know what I think might be a little bit different is both ball clubs the last 3 years have been struggling on both sides of town, regardless of whatever the situation. But these crosstown rivals, now that both ball clubs had the off seasons they had, we might be playing under expectations. They might be playing a little bit over. So I think the atmosphere, do you feel it's going to change now that both sides of town are a little bit of baseball's back in Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, you want a little spring in the step as far as people looking forward to the game, and we've been playing better as of late. I think it's a good sign for us. We just, offensively, we need to get some stuff going.
It's not uncommon to see rookies make their major league debut on the road, but maybe this is a little different environment here, just a few miles from where you guys play. Tyler Saladino will make his MLB debut. He'll play third. What can you tell us about the youngster?
Well, he's a smart player. We've had him in our system, the last few years. And, when you get to see these guys in spring training every year, you pay attention to them in the minor leagues. We're at a point right now. We need a little offense and being able to keep the defense alive with that same thought process. He's somebody that's a very smart player, knows how to play. Is going to put it in play. Maybe you can move it around a little bit, but very heady player, and feel, if you're going to start in the big leagues, this is a good time to do it. I mean, why not?
Robin, talk about that for a second. The White Sox and expectations, sure. The one thing that really starts to catch my attention is, Zamarja, great performance last time out. Chris Sale talking double-digit strikeouts like every time. When you've got the offense and it's struggling, and you're in control of it, not as the player any longer, but as the manager, and it's collective. It's not one guy, it's not one part of your lineup, it's kind of maybe the whole group just a little bit. How do you try to get them going?
Well, you shake it up as much as you can. You'll sit there and change, you can change lineups, you can change hitting time. All right, we're not hitting on the field, we are hitting on the field. Don't show up till 5 o'clock.
Right.
Eat this, tonight instead of what you normally eat. You try anything to be able to shake it up, and eventually these guys have played long enough that you sit there and you count on them to be able to get out of their own funk, but you change as much as you can until something clicks.
That's a question I was going to ask. You might address a little bit about why is Abreu hitting second. People have asked that question. I know why you want to do it, but what is your reasoning behind Abreu hitting second?
Well, we've run into spots where, right when we turn that lineup over, we've had some issues in the two-hole the last few years of not having a guy in that spot, on base-wise or even average-wise. And we've had a lot of opportunities that come up at that spot that doesn't end up getting to the number 3 spot. So, it sounds like you're rolling the dice a little bit having him in the two-hole, but he seems to come up with a lot of important situations. I think you just want him to get up there as many times as he can.
This is a big stretch for you, Robin. You've got, obviously, the crosstown into the All-Star break. And then you guys are on the south side until, I think, July 23rd. You've got the St. Louis and Kansas City both coming to town. With where you sit in the wild card situation, the future of making a left or a right is basically over the next 2 weeks.
Well, we've been in that already for the last couple of weeks. We went to Minnesota, Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore came to town, Toronto, who has an incredible lineup. We've played well as of late. We've had some guys pitch great. We've done enough offensively to be able to do it. We've shored up some stuff defensively, played some good defensive games. Yesterday was one of those. So you want to see it heading in that direction and just keep playing. We've kind of put ourselves into the underdog mode already.
Right.
That's the position we're in. So you might as well embrace it and let it all hang out and keep playing hard.
Thanks for joining us, Robin, and good luck in the series and the rest of the way.
Thank you, Robin.
Time for another break here on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by our Fields Auto Group. We'll take a look at both dugouts, beginning with the Cubs. We'll go inside there with our Kelly Crow. We'll hear from John Lester on the fact of facing Chris Sale on Saturday in a great pitching matchup. And we continue our look back at the big moments of this rivalry with Michael Jeffrey Jordan making his mark on the crosstown back in 1994.
There's another hit. A drive down the third base line. The tying run may score. He's around third, racing for the plate. The throw. He hasn't touched the plate yet, and he does. Michael Jordan has tied up the ball game. All the press talking to Michael Jordan, and
This is the feeling of turning a game you love into a lifetime of cash. DraftKings.com, the daily fantasy baseball destination, is giving away over $300 million this baseball season. And the games are one day, so you can play for your share every single day. Just pick your sport, pick your players, and pick up your cash. Step up to the plate at DraftKings.com. Play with promo code SLIDE and get free entry in our daily contest. Get to DraftKings.com.
When you get a Honda Accord, you get more than just a car. You get a soundtrack for your morning commute, a better view of your surroundings, a way to stay connected while staying on track. And you're getting a great deal on a record 29-time Car and Driver 10 Best winner. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer and test drive a Honda today.
The Stanley Cup is back home in Chicago, and Wrigleyville Sports has all your Blackhawks championship gear. Hundreds of Stanley Cup champion items currently in stock and more arriving daily. Get the official locker room cap and t-shirt now at WrigleyvilleSports.com. Buy online and any size order ships for just $4.95. Orders over $100 ship free. Visit us at WrigleyvilleSports.com or pick up at our locations in Bensonville and across from Wrigley Field.
I believe in not just doing it yourself,
but doing it right.
I believe in paint and primer in one.
And coverage that covers.
I believe a smooth, durable finish isn't a luxury. It's a promise.
I believe nobody can paint this room better than me.
Which is why I believe.
I believe.
I believe in Pittsburgh Paints.
Don't just do it yourself, do it right. Pittsburgh Paints Grand Distinction. The best paint you'll ever buy or your money back. Guaranteed. Exclusively at Menards.
This summer, make the most of the season with the Jeep brand's legendary capability. Cherish every sunrise in the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Or chase every sunset with Jeep Cherokee's 31 mpg Highway. Your endless summer starts at the Jeep Summer Clearance Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,500 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on Jeep Cherokee models.
White Sox took 3 of 4 games last season in this Windy City rivalry. Southsiders lead the all-time series, 52 wins and 46 losses. Back on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group, as we take a look at our DraftKings pitching matchup on this day. It'll be lefty Carlos Rodon against the righty Kyle Hendricks. Hendricks, 13-3 scoreless inning streak over his last 2 starts, just 8 hits allowed. He struck out a dozen. Holly, what has he figured out as of late?
I'm telling you, I don't want to sit here and harp on the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, the execution, fastball commander, a great changeup. I'd love to talk about conviction. I mean, that's what I see. That's the difference in his last 2 starts. He's going out there pitching with a purpose. He knows he went through a rough patch. He knows that there's been some conversation about the bottom end of this rotation. What he's done is made sure that it didn't include him. He's gone out there and dominated his last 2 times out. You watch him go to the same spot in the strike zone, wherever he's choosing to attack, underneath the hands, away from right-handed hitters. Better. 2-seam fastball changeup, same spot, and getting guys out on their front foot. So again, a lot of bad contact. Sure, the strikeouts are there, but I've been really impressed with his demeanor on the mound as much as anything.
And his demeanor here at Wrigley Field, he's holding opposing batters to like 223 batting average. His ERA just north of 3, so he's comfortable in the friendly confines.
And that's worth mentioning, absolutely. Certainly the numbers at home better than on the road, but the point is that a young player starts to develop that, gets comfortable in his surroundings, and he is very comfortable here at Wrigley Field. I expect a big one from him today. It's a good matchup against some of those righties in that White Sox lineup, and again, he's on a roll.
Let's take a look at Rodon, Bill, and Bill, hasn't made it past the 5th inning in 3 of his last 4 starts, but he does have 14 strikeouts over his last 2 outings. What are you seeing from the rookie?
Well, first of all, I see a lot of youth. This is only his 12th start in the big leagues. We just signed him last year. The best indication of the fact that 60 innings, 62 games with 62 strikeouts, which will tell you what kind of stuff he's got when he puts you away. Problem is, with 35 walks, I think he's giving hitters too much credit. And I don't blame him. This is a young guy that comes up and goes, boy, I remember watching him on TV, and he probably tries to be too fine. He winds up, 90 and 100 pitches by the 5th inning. So he's done a learning curve, no question about it. He does have overpowering stuff. If he can get ahead of the hitters, instead of trying to be too fine with that next pitch, get him out of there in a couple of pitches, then his games will go a little bit deeper. Right now, I think he's still trying to find his way.
Rodon is the first of 3 lefties that will be facing the Cubs this weekend. How will that fit for Joe Madden's lineup.
You know, listen, I know Sale's in that conversation as well as Quintana. I mean, listen, I'm not going to knock those guys, but we've actually done fairly decent as far as our approach against them. I mean, our right-handed hitters have hung in there, and Anthony Rizzo doesn't mind lefties. I mean, that's worth mentioning. You know, you feel like for most, you eliminate your best left-handed hitter when you throw the game's best out there, but Anthony has battled as well as anybody I've seen in all of baseball this season against the lefties. So good things going on there. Again, you know, listen, the pitching is the pitching. We all kind of expect this to be a low-scoring, you know, Sale's going, Lester's going, Arrieta's going. I mean, I see what you feel could happen. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty nice out here right now, and the ball's flying.
With more on the Cubs, let's send it across the diamond to our Kelly Krull, who's also looking ahead to tomorrow's great pitching duel between Lester and Sale. Good afternoon, Kelly.
Good afternoon, Pat. Yeah, it's going to be a tremendous weekend, and just the weather kicking things off right for this Crosstown Classic. A number of new faces in the Cubs clubhouse this year. In comparison, of course, this will be Joe Madden's first time, John Lester, Kyle Hendricks, who's on the mound, and the list really goes on and on. So this experience will be brand new to them, all of them. Very much looking forward to what they've been told is quite the rivalry, but a renewed one, really, when you look at those faces and what these three games actually mean for both teams this season. But one guy who is no stranger to the rivalry actually started his career with the Southsiders. Now on the north side is Clayton Richard, who said these are always three very entertaining games.
I think it's special. There's very few places that have this type of situation. So whenever it's great for the city when these three games come around and we play them again later. But it's really neat. It's unique. It doesn't happen very often, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of.
It's gonna be fun. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing the rivalry. I'm looking forward to playing. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know there's going to be a lot of talk, and there's going to be a lot of fans. You know, it's going to be fun.
I think it's more fans than anything. You know, I mean, I think sometimes, you know, things get blown out of proportion as far as you supposed to hating the other team. You know, when it comes down to it, you're just trying to win a baseball game. You know, I don't hate any of those players over there just because they play for the White Sox. So, but you know, obviously there's that crosstown thing. You know, now I'm a part of it, and this will be my first experience, and it should be fun.
That it should. John Lester knows all about big rivalries, having been part of the Red Sox-Yankees showdown, but looking forward to seeing what the Chicago bragging rights are all about. Lester will face off, of course, as we've been talking about, against Chris Sale in quite the marquee Saturday matinee between two of these teams' aces. Lester coming off his best outing of the season, taking a no-no into the seventh inning against St. Louis, and the Northsiders lefty has nothing but respect for the Southsiders southpaw, who he saw and got to know during his Boston days.
I mean, I've got to see him for a little while. Got to meet him last year, be around him, and you know, he's a fun-loving guy that loves to pitch, loves to have fun out there. Obviously, his stuff speaks for itself. You know, so he's fun to watch. He's, you know, wiry and, you know, asses and elbows going everywhere, and you know, he chucks the hell out of it. So it should be fun tomorrow, and you know, it's always fun when you go up against the best, and you know you can't let up too many, or else we're going to be in trouble.
Lester obviously in a humorous mood this morning in the clubhouse, and of course he's also coming off the game in which he picked up his first ever career hit, 0 for 66, before finally getting one against his former teammate John Lackey. Was asked this morning how he hopes to keep that going, and jokingly he said, "I'm going to be honest, if I was a betting man, I probably wouldn't bet for me. Chris Sale makes great hitters look silly every day, so it'll just be interesting to see what happens, guys." So John Lester looking forward to the matchup against Chris Sale here tomorrow.
I think we all are, Kelly. We look forward to your reports throughout today's festivities, round one of this crosstown. Tomorrow should be interesting with Chris Sale and John Lester on the bump. I'll tell you what, Sale Burley, that was fantastic on the south side last week. But as we take a look at both pitching rotations, you know, Jake Arrieta just continues to amaze. We're like, how is he going to follow up last year? Well, no problem.
Well, I mean, it's been so much fun to watch, and even on the south side of the city, the top of that rotation has been absolutely electric this year. I mean, as I was kind of kidding, you know, you feel like there may only be 10 runs scored in the next 3 ball games that we get to watch. As good as this starting pitching has been all season long, it's been a reason why the White Sox are still in the conversation. They're kind of protecting that offense. Our offense has been down a little bit here of late. Our rotation has been protecting it. As Jed Hoyer so succinctly said, our pitching has really been carrying us right now. So, you know, maybe we take it into the bullpens and see where this ultimately goes, but good hitting conditions around here right now. Listen, these aces, they know all about it. I mean, I had an interesting conversation with Garrett Cole a couple weeks ago. You know, they talk about the recognition of the guy who they're going up against, meaning finding that extra gear. It's not about, yeah, sure, it's about the offense that I'm going up against that day, but knowing that my margin for error might just be a little bit smaller today because there's another ace going. Every one of these games, we've got that element, so it's going to be fun to see and see which team comes up with the big hits late.
Let's switch sides and now check in with the White Sox. For that, we go to our Chuck Garfien over on the first base side. Good afternoon, Chuck.
Good afternoon, Pat. So Jeff Samardzija, former Cub, he missed playing in this series, pitching in this series by 1 day. As we all know, he threw the complete game shutout against the Blue Jays yesterday. Probably his best start since he's been here with the White Sox. This is his first time at Wrigley Field as a visitor. Saw the cramped quarters of the visiting clubhouse here at Wrigley Field, and he described it as an engineering gem, which it is. Before the game, he said hello to a couple of his former teammates like James Russell, Travis Wood. He actually told Robin Ventura that he's available to pitch in this series out of the bullpen. Ventura said that is not going to happen, but that just shows you how much Samardzija would like to pitch in this series against his former team. But Samardzija had the choice. If he had the choice, he would love to start, but as it is, he'll be sitting on the bench.
It would have been a blast for sure, but the good thing about our rotation is it doesn't matter who we throw out there. We have a pretty darn chance winning that game. So, you know, I was happy to pitch against the AL clubs because those are big games, especially against anyone in the AL East. Baltimore and Toronto are 2 great teams. It just goes to show you every game is so big. You can't really pick and choose where you get to pitch because to say one game is more important than the other is, you know, baseball gods will get you for that. It's playoff atmosphere, and regardless of the team's records, these games are always big, and they're always exciting, and the fans are always especially excited. So, you know, they're fighting for bragging rights in the stands, and we're doing the same on the field. So it's always heated, and they're always played really hard. So hopefully he's expecting that, and maybe I'll talk to him and let him know that, hey, it's going to be a little wild.
Now, when the White Sox sent Scott Carroll down to the minors yesterday, everyone assumed they'd bring up a pitcher, but today we got the word. It's actually infielder Tyler Saladino, who's mainly a shortstop, but he'll start at third base here today and bat second. He got the call yesterday morning. He did not know he would start in this game until he saw his name on the lineup card when he arrived here at Wrigley today. He'll be making his Major League debut in a White Sox-Cubs game at Wrigley. No pressure.
It's a blessing for sure. I mean, obviously the dream I've been chasing my whole life. It means a lot, and I just want to make the most of it, ready to go. I played a lot of third in spring, a lot actually, enough to be pretty comfortable with it, and I played all 3 positions enough to know what I need to do while I'm out there, so I'm ready for it.
Well, I mean, you're infusion, you know, a guy in there that you know can play over there, and you know, offensively, you see what happens. But you know, knowing him the last few years of what he's done in the minor leagues and even in spring training with us, you're comfortable putting him over there that he can play and see what it does to our offense.
Saladino batted just .255 in AAA, but he draws a lot of walks. The White Sox like his speed. He's got 25 stolen bases in AAA this year at only 27 attempts, but has played only 2 games at Charlotte during the regular season. We'll see how he handles third in the majors. A couple of youngins in this game for the White Sox. Not only Saladino, but the rookie Carlos Rodon on the mound, making his debut in the Crosstown Showdown. The Sox have won 3 series in a row, looking to make it 4 here before they go into the All-Star break. That'll do it from this side of the field. Pat, is Bill Melton behaving himself? That's my question for you.
He is, and he misses you dearly, Chuck. So just come on and make the 40-yard trek over here and say hi to your good buddy. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. Thank you, Chuck Garfien. Bill Saladino making his Major League debut. This is an interesting stage to make it on.
I might have a different view on that. I think you're nervous if you open up in Milwaukee and nobody's in the stadium. I don't mean to pick on Milwaukee. It doesn't make a difference. Your first major league game, he doesn't know anything about the crosstown rival. The hardest thing for a young player coming up named Todd, you look up and you go, oh, there's a third deck in the big leagues. I didn't. In the minor leagues, they all have the 2 decks. I saw a lot of him in spring training. He's comfortable with the club because he's been in spring training. He's played a lot of games. No telling what's going to happen. Just a young guy with a great opportunity. Go for it.
Time for another break here on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by your Fields Auto Group. When we return, we'll take a look at slugger Jose Abreu and his recent turnaround at the plate on the south side. And we continue our look back at the big moments of this crosstown series with perhaps the most infamous moment. Compliments of A.J. Pierzynski and Michael Barron.
Got a fastball and missed a fly ball in the short left field. Pierzynski wanting to know, am I going? He is going. Here comes a throw by Merton. It is a collision at the plate. And Pierzynski not only bangs into Barrett, bangs onto the plate, and here they go. Kosebnik getting into it with Barrett. And now both dugouts empty behind home plate. I mean, there is some hooking going on in the bottom of 2 piles.
On road with blind spot warning, a round view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive that knows just when to kick in. Choose Road, just $194 per month, or get 0% APR for up to 60 months. Nissan, innovation that excites. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Your old air conditioner is costing you money. The summer's heating up. Stay cool with a new air conditioner from Four Seasons. And right now, get a new energy-saving air conditioner from just $24.95 installed. Furnace and AC combos from just $36.95. Plus, enjoy 5 years interest-free financing. Call today for your free estimate on a new AC from Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Your TV and your internet. Experience the two together like never before with this special offer from Xfinity and lock in your rate for 2 full years. Only Xfinity from Comcast gives you the X1 entertainment operating system with the cloud-based X1 DVR. So now anything you record is available on all your devices. Combine that with the fastest in-home Wi-Fi and get the most out of your entertainment. Get the X1 Triple Play for $99 a month for 2 full years. And now get even more internet speed, up to 75 megabits per second. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today.
Where were you born? It's a question asked all the time. Because where you're from shapes who you are, inspires how you do things. And when that inspiration comes from a place this refreshing, this majestic, this... well, you get the idea. Coors Light, born in the Rockies.
Danley's is offering an incredible deal. Get $2,000 off any Danley's garage. With over 200,000 satisfied customers since 1959, Danley's is the best garage builder in Chicago for price, quality, and service. That's right. All sizes and all styles are on sale now. And with $2,000 off any Danley's garage, we are keeping money in your pocket. So call Danley's today, 773-GARAGES.
Building your garage with quality, depend on Danley. That's why we're number 1.
Hey, Ralph Punzel.
Oh, hey, Ronnie.
Where are you headed?
Great Clips.
You're getting a haircut?
I checked in already. Using their online check-in.
I'm dying to check.
It saves you time.
You're getting a haircut.
Why? Thinking about applying to astronaut school.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll see you, Ronnie.
Next time, save time. Download the online check-in app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
There is a family feeling here. It is a comfortable car-related experience.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
Whatever we bought, we wanted to buy it from here. You're going to feel good about the purchase. They're going to stand behind it. The service is beyond what you'd expect.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of our Fields Matters program.
It's just been a great experience, and that's why I've continued to come back.
Fields matters because you matter.
We're a Fields family, absolutely.
Nice to have the crosstown back at the start of a weekend. Perfect day here on the north side. The first of 6 meetings between the Cubs and Sox starts at the top of the hour right here on Comcast Sportsnet. That takes us to our Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. Jose Abreu is hitting .326 during his current 11-game hitting streak. He has hitting streaks of 21, 18 games, 17 games, 14, and now 11 in his career. Comcast Business, built for business. What have you seen from Jose Abreu over this 11-game hitting streak, Bill?
Well, I certainly haven't seen a sophomore jinx, that's for sure. I wish LaRoche was hitting a little bit better. I think he'd have a little more power numbers. The thing I like about him is he can go to right field. He goes up the middle. He's like Frank Thomas. He takes whatever they'll give him, so they can't really put any kind of shift on him. So really, if you talk about pretty close to 50 RBIs, it should be a lot more than that. We just haven't had anybody on. But, you know, for a sophomore year, I mean, this goes to show you what we said last year. We thought he was a good hitter. He's now proving that he's a good hitter.
As you take a look at the landscape right now before the trade deadline at the end of July, the White Sox are 5.5 games out of the wild card. On paper, that sounds okay, but they have to leapfrog 8 teams if they want to do it. So, you know, you can't be delusional here. If you're Rick Hahn and you're Kenny Williams and the White Sox, you need to make an assessment that, okay, we're in it, but sort of not. It's going to be a long shot to really, truly get back to the wild card.
First of all, you make that assessment once you reach 500.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if you can't get to 500, it really gets tougher and tougher based on the way the Central Division's breaking down. Kansas City, no question about it, is way out. If we start hitting the ball and we get to 500, then I think that question have a little validity. I could probably answer that. But right now, they're trying to find their way. The defense is coming around a little bit. The offense, minimal. The pitching's really good. You know, pitching and defense wins a lot of games. Pitching alone without defense, and you need a little more 2.5 runs a game. So
the Cubs are where they are because of, well, some great drafts, but some also great moves at the trade deadline. Jeff Samardzija, for example, last year. As you look at the pieces that Kenny Williams has to play with, he has a guy you know very well, Jeff Samardzija. The way he's pitched as of late, I think the stock is certainly, it's increasing for Jeff.
Oh, there's no doubt it's surging on Samardzija. I mean, I get to hear the buzz every morning about it, and, you know, Toronto's buzzing about his last start. I mean, there's a lot of teams out there that love to get their hands on Jeff Samardzija right now. So it's an interesting position that the White Sox are in. They do have to do some assessment. I think this is a huge 2-week stretch. I'm not just talking about this 3-game series, but coming out after the All-Star break, who are they? And to your point, got to get back to 500 before you really can kind of take it seriously, if you will.
Have you seen signs of, you know, Melky and Adam Eaton? I mean, you know, you talk to baseball insiders on Sirius XM satellite radio every morning. You know, the experts say they haven't seen a collective order hit this below their career average all at the same time. It's almost unprecedented. But, Bill, are we starting to see maybe a couple guys start to match what it says on the back of their baseball card?
I think we needed this in May, not so much in June, the latter part of June, or July. I'm sorry, we really need this in May. And again, historical numbers are going up. You're looking at a ball club that for 24 straight games never scored more than 4 runs at U.S. Cellular Field.
Right.
That's a hitter's park. That's historical numbers. And when you look at that lineup, you kind of go, man, I wish they'd. We've never had 2 or 3 guys hot at the same time. We've never had the big game with a couple of home runs and a guy has 6 or 7 RBIs. But again, my issue is you get to 500, then it's a little easier to talk about a team that may or may not have a chance to sneak in with the second wild card.
Todd, the Cubs have a 3-game lead in the wild card for that last wild card spot. As we enter the All-Star break, they're going to have above 500 record, which is something they haven't seen on the north side in a long time. What's one thing you'd like to see them focus on collectively as a team in the second half to continue to stay in that
Well, with the group we've got right here, situational hitting is easily the one thing that they've got to do a little bit better job of. I'm not talking about heroic moments at the end of the ball game or, walk-off wins. What I'm talking about is better run production. I mean, we've had two scenarios already on this homestand where we've had first and third and nobody out, and the inability to get guys in. It's just understanding what the game is asking of you. Our pitching has been so good, you don't have to give them much of a margin to pick up a win, but we've made some of these games a little dicier than they should be because we've left guys out there. And so I think we can clean that up a little bit. The talent is here, and I really do believe in this group an awful lot.
Time for one last break here on Cubs Pregame Live, presented by your Fields Auto Group. When we return, we'll get the guys keys to their respective teams' victory. We'll also check in on what Todd Hollandsworth did in this rivalry back in 2005, how he giveth and taketh away on back-to-back days. Plus, as we continue our look back at some of the best moments of this rivalry, how about June 13, 2010, when the Stanley Cup champion Blackhawks brought the cup to Wrigley, and both Chicago baseball teams joined them for a group photo.
When you get a Honda Accord, you get more than just a car. You get a soundtrack for your morning commute, a better view of your surroundings, a way to stay connected while staying on track, and you're getting a great deal on a record 29-time Car and Driver 10 Best winner. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer and test drive a Honda today.
This is the feeling of turning a game you love into a lifetime of cash. DraftKings.com, the daily fantasy baseball destination, is giving away over $300 million this baseball season. And the games are one day, so you can play for your share every single day. Just pick your sport, pick your players, and pick up your cash. Step up to the plate at DraftKings.com. Play with promo code SLIDE and get free entry in our daily contests. Get to DraftKings.com.
Now at National Tire and Battery, buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly when you get them installed. Choose from select in-stock Goodyear, Continental, Cooper, Nitto, and more. You're going places this summer. But first, hurry into your neighborhood NTB, home of the lowest tire price guarantee. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need.
Come on.
I thought you measured.
I did measure it. Just take the cushions off.
They are off.
Moving is frustrating, but moving your DirecTV isn't. Simply call before you move and we'll bundle DirecTV with internet and home phone services for one low price. You'll get the best value, a savings of up to $120. Moving has never been more rewarding. The DirecTV Movers Deal. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
Creating the perfect outdoor space by Unilock. Quality landscapes require the right design, materials, and craftsmanship because that's what it takes to truly connect with your lifestyle. With Unilock, you get unlimited design possibilities, authorized Unilock contractors, and a transferable lifetime guarantee. For a complimentary idea book or a free project estimate, call 1-800-UNILOCK or visit unilock.com. That's 1-800-UNILOCK and unilock.com. Your perfect outdoor space awaits with Unilock, designed to connect.
Todd Hollandsworth to deep right. That ball will get way out of here. That's his 3rd home run of the year, and it ties it at 1.
Tomahawk here. That ball is up around the shoulders.
The 1-0. Deep to left. Hollandsworth will leap, and he makes a catch.
Impressive, Holly. Welcome back to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by your Fields Auto Group. What do you remember about that 2005 crosstown where you jack one out one day and then you rob Joe Creedy the following?
Well, the motivation, unfortunately, was on the other side. The White Sox have been playing great baseball all year, not us so much. We were kind of trying to find our way, but listen, you get into that series against the White Sox and AJ and Jermaine Dye and PK and Joe Creedy, like you talked about right there, you get excited and you're motivated. For us, it was, they're the better team. Let's go in there and beat them down.
Billy, does this rivalry need a little nastiness, need a little AJ? Like that villain seemed to be, both teams were playing better, 07, 08, 09 in that area, and there was that energy on either side of the dugouts on this day. There's really not that villain.
Yeah, but first of all, when you go through the last 3 or 4 years that the Cubs and the White Sox have gone through, it's hard to get enthused about anything. You're right. The earlier games were two really good ball clubs competing against each other. And yeah, they got a little rowdy because they were good ball clubs. Then all of a sudden you have this bit of a lull. And now the thing is you all of a sudden both of these teams improve themselves. We're not playing up to our expectations, no question about it. So I think it's more of a rivalry. The club, this Cub team is a young team. There's a lot of guys that haven't played in this thing. I think the Cub fans are on fire, no question about it. New manager, new players. So I think it's going to be the old Wrigley Field where they all get involved.
And you had interesting relationship with AJ, as most Cubs players
right.
did.
Well, I mean, it's love-hate. Certainly the respect for AJ across the field, no doubt about it, but he was everybody's favorite person to hate on the White Sox because he was that guy. He'd rib you. Didn't say much behind the plate, but he was just kind of that guy and would set people off. And I mean, if you remember those days, we had a few melees ourselves with the White Sox, and that's just kind of how things went. He was easy to target, but you're right. Things are a little bit different now. Doesn't take the fire out of it. It's just a bit of a different feel. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a villain out here any longer.
So let's see how the 2015 Cubs and White Sox know one another. We call it Know Your Opponent.
I think you're going to get this one. Okay. I have a hunch you're going to get this. Who's Mr. Cub?
Oh, Ernie Banks. That's a good one. Next one.
Yeah, that was way too easy. Yeah. Cap, you got to do much better than that.
All right, Clayton, in 2002, Jeff Samardzija finished second for the Indiana Mr. Football Award. Do you know who won the award that year?
2002? Man. That might have been me.
2002, Jeff Samardzija was the runner-up for Mr. Football in the state of Indiana. What current Major League pitcher actually won that award?
This guy right here. I'm a new guy. Where's he at? Clayton Richard, right?
Very good.
Yeah. I heard it on TV the other night. I was cheating. I was inside. I wasn't outside, and I heard it on the TV.
What former Cubs pitcher once hit Paul Konerko in the face with a pitch?
God, one good-looking dude. I'm not quite sure who it was, but I believe Paulie dove in on a splitter that he thought was a hanging slider. So that'd be me, and I apologize for that to all Chicago fans.
You were behind the plate for that, weren't you?
I mean, we were not trying to hit anybody in the face. We're not trying to hit anybody in the face, but it's unfortunate. But I remember that it was a splitting from Jeff Samardzija.
Okay, Chris, in 2011 in a Cubs-Sox game, Ozzie Guillen kicked the catcher's mask of which Cubs player?
I have no clue. I'm not very good when it comes to sports trivia.
Okay, in 2011 in a Cubs-Sox game, Ozzie Guillen kicked the catcher's mask of which Cubs player?
Giovanni Soto.
Guy knows his stuff. He remembers.
What member of the Cubs is a former Rookie of the Year, Chris Cogman?
I got to say Chris Cogman.
Yes, well done.
The Marlins,
yeah.
2009.
So you got that one, too.
In 1979, the White Sox held a promotion celebrating the destruction of what kind of music?
Oh, I don't know. What kind of music was back then? Disco?
Very good.
Oh, that was a guess.
Got
I knew the
all.
other ones. That one was a guess.
Could be.
All right, so I guess both sides know each other fairly well. Jorge Soler, your thoughts on what you've seen from him since he's come back from the injury?
Well, I love what I've seen so far. I know that the evidence isn't great, as far as statistical analysis. He's hit about 278 since coming back over the last week, but, we're kind of waiting on the power. He's the missing link to the middle of the lineup. I mean, you watch the Cubs try to figure out the four-hole in the lineup. Rizzo and Bryant have been absolutely outstanding this year. You look at the rest of this lineup, and in some ways you say maybe there's some better answers down the road, but right now for this season here in 2015, 2015, Solaire's supposed to be a big part of it. So we're looking for evidence that he is back, that some adjustments have been made, that his approach is a little tighter, and he's been swinging that bat. A lot of lineouts, I know that, but I think he's about ready to bust out.
All right, Holly, how about the mind game Solaire possibly could be dealing with? As we approach the trade deadline, there are some untouchables. Solaire doesn't seem to be in that category, so he's got to deal with that a little bit here over the next few weeks.
Well, I mean, again, to me, Solaire is a very, very interesting piece to this ball club. I see him, you know, having played with Miguel Cabrera at a very early age, just incredible similarities. And for me personally, I hope he's not going anywhere, because, I mean, he could be a game changer one day, and I really do believe that about him. The evidence, like I said, hasn't been nearly as strong this year. Obviously, ended up on the disabled list for about a month. But when he gets back, I think he's going to be, when he gets all the way back, very, very productive, and that third piece to the puzzle in the middle of the lineup.
Time for our Fields Auto Group keys to the game. Holly, lead us off.
All right, here you go, Cubs fans. Set the tone. Set it early. I want to see these Cubs bats kind of come alive. Rodon has had his struggles. Certainly establishing his fastball, slider, kind of getting that combination going. For me, love to see it first time through the lineup. The bats start to roll while he starts to figure out that strike zone. For me, I think it's about the Cubs hitters going up against Rodon, kind of jumping on a young guy who's in this series for the first time and getting to him before he gets to them.
All right, Billy, lead us off with your keys.
Well, mine's going to be the gang of 8. I hate to come in with a struggling offense and all of a sudden we're eliminating the DH, because apparently we need all the bats we can get, the way the White Sox have only averaged about 2.5 runs in the last couple of weeks, but we're winning baseball. That's the most important thing, and we touched on it with the pitching. Gang of 8.
All right, your key performer, Holly, who's going to stand out?
I like the matchup. Chris Bryant, he's been unfazed by everything that's come his way this year. Here we are, first game across town. He's got Rodon out there on the mound. It's a tough matchup, but I like the way he's responded in these situations.
Billy, your key performer or your pick to click, sir?
Well, I'm going to talk, how about Abreu? I mean, that's only 300. I'm going to take Abreu. You know why? You look around this ballpark, there's not a place in this ballpark he can't reach.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I'm just hoping Alex, the guy on the mound, just kind of misses that fastball a little bit. I'm going to take Abreu.
That's going to do it for Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group. For Todd Hollandsworth, Bill Melton, I am Pat Boyle. Up next, it's round 1 of the crosstown. The Cubs and the White Sox right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Let Casper and Jim DeShays have the call. Enjoy the game, everybody. We'll see you on the postgame show.
Sports Authority is proud to be the official sporting goods retailer of the Chicago Cubs. Sports Authority, all things sporting good.
However you do sports, however you do fun, however you do summer, do it at Sports Authority. Shop thousands of great deals this summer. Sports Authority.
There is a family feeling here. It is a comfortable car-related experience.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
Whatever we bought, we wanted to buy it from here. You're going to feel good about the purchase. They're going to stand behind it. The service is beyond what you'd expect.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of our Fields Matters program.
It's just been a great experience, and that's why I've continued to come back.
Fields matters because you matter.
We're a Fields family, absolutely.
Hey, Ralph Punzel.
Oh, hey, Ronnie.
Where are you headed?
Great Clips.
You're getting a haircut?
I checked in already. He's in their online check-in.
I'm dying to check.
It saves you time.
You're getting a haircut.
Why? Thinking about applying to astronaut school.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll see you, Ronnie.
Next time, save time. Download the online check-in app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Brian Barehand, great up bat by Soler. High drive. Rizzo save. Caught by Russell. Struck him out. What a moment for the kid.
The new flamethrower cheeseburger now with a $5 lunch. I'm going flamethrower today.
Remember what happened last time?
I'm going flamethrower today.
Remember what happened last time?
Comes with a Sunday now. I can handle it.
The $5 lunch now with the jalapeno bacon flamethrower cheeseburger.
I love shopping at Binny's Beverage Depot. Where else am I going to find almost 9,000 wines like Chateauneuf du Papa, Chansonnier, Montrachet, and Gabardugats d'Italia. I screwed up at the end. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
It is a gorgeous day here in Chicago as the North Side-South Side matchup known as the Crosstown Cup resumes here in 2015. It's the first of 6 meetings between the Chicago White Sox and the Chicago Cubs here inside beautiful Wrigley Field this weekend. Great to have you with us. Happy Friday afternoon. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. We'll talk more about these two teams as we move along today, but we're going to focus in on 2 of the elite first basemen, one in each league.
Yeah, you know, go back to the 50s in New York, and there was all the debates about Mantle versus Mays and Duke Snyder in the center field for those clubs. Here in Chicago, in this era, the North Side and South Side could debate about the first baseman, and there's 2 very good ones. On the South Side, it's Jose Abreu. He was an all-star last year. It's not this year. His numbers are off a little bit this season compared to last, but still a tremendous slugger. Leads their team in just about every important offensive department. And Cub fans know how important Big Riz has been for his team this year. He does it all. He's having a monster year, an all-star for the 2nd consecutive season. We'll take a look at the numbers. Average identical. Rizzo's got him a couple in home runs, a little bit in RBIs, but the OPS significantly better for Rizzo. He works way more walks than does Abreu, a better defender, and a good base runner, too.
And with no DH, no Adam LaRoche in the White Sox lineup here today. So it is the 99th all-time interleague matchup between the White Sox and the Cubs. Carlos Rodon, Kyle Hendricks, a pitching matchup coming up next.
One thing we can rely on in this house is UVerse high-speed internet.
I've been streaming movies all day without any problems.
UVerse high-speed internet has brought much-needed reliability to our lives.
It's got reliability you can rely on.
AT&T UVerse high-speed internet. With 99.9% reliability, it's one thing you can rely on.
And here we go, folks.
It's your favorite hot dog bun, mustard, and overpriced watered-down beer.
Are you sure you want to eat all that? Because you already weigh more than your team's batting average.
Let's just toast to our anniversary. Oh, no, it's corked.
Let's just watch the game. I tweeted all of your friends to come over, but I guess no one showed up.
That's okay. I invited one of your friends, too.
It's out of here.
Give a real anniversary gift this year. Escape to the Champagne Lodge in Willowbrook. Book your next special memory at the Champagne Lodge today. You know you deserve it.
Gerald Subaru understands the moments that drive your life. And that's why we're committed to you for a lifetime of great driving. We prove this to our customers every day because we're the only dealer to provide true peace of mind, an exclusive lifetime warranty. That means you're covered for a lifetime of driving, unlimited time, unlimited miles. Plus, we have one of the largest Subaru inventories in Chicagoland. A lifetime of worry-free driving only at Gerald Subaru. Visit Gerald Subaru of Naperville today.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
What a gorgeous day here at the ballpark, and the uniforms Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo will wear, I assume, during the home run derby, maybe batting practice. They'll be wearing the Cubs pinstripes for the game not even a week from Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. All-Star break's almost upon us, partner.
It's right here, man. It's crunch time, final weekend before the break. White Sox on the north side. Good vibe in the ballpark, a lot of energy. Should be a fun weekend.
So Kyle Hendricks, last 2 times out, gave up nothing. So in a very good stretch here. As the right-hander will face this White Sox Southwest starting lineup. First time Hendricks has faced the White Sox or any batters in their lineup. Adam Eaton, the center fielder, will lead it off. Tyler Saladino will make his major league debut today. It's Jose Abreu. We talked about him in the open. He's got an 11-game hitting streak. Melky Cabrera heating up. Avisail Garcia's in right. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop. Tyler Flowers back of the plate. It's Carlos Sanchez, switch hitting second baseman, and Carlos Rodon, the pitcher.
Let's see how the Cubs shape up defensively here this afternoon. Denorfia's in left, Fowler center, Jorge Soler's your right fielder, third to first. The norm. Brian Castro, Russell Rizzo, Taylor Teagarden gets the starting assignment today behind the plate with a nasty lefty on the mound for the Sox. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Kyle Hendricks. He's 25 years of age, 6'3", $190, 16 starts, 4 up, 4 down, 3.82 the ERA. As Len mentioned, really good here lately. 7 1/3 shutout against the Marlins last time out. That followed up a 6 shutout inning performance against the Mets on the previous road trip.
Pretty cool for Dan Bellino. He's from Chicago. His major league debut was actually 2008 Orioles and Cubs here at Wrigley Field, and he gets to work this weekend's Sox-Cubs series. Graduate of Loyola Academy in Wilmette. So here we go. Hendricks and Eaton to start it. Both teams playing well. Cubs have won 7 of 10. The White Sox 7 of their last 9. And a strike called on the outside corner. And a fastball at 87 from Kyle Hendricks.
And for both these clubs, the winning lately due primarily because of outstanding starting pitching. The White Sox have improved a little bit offensively, pretty much to a man. They were better last year than this. Really struggling. Dead last in the league in runs scored.
1-1. A little bit off the outside corner. 3 straight sinkers to start it. Tough loss the other night to the Cardinals. But right back at it here today. Swing and a miss, 2-2 on Eaton. The Cubs in that second wild card position currently, 3 games ahead of the Mets. White Sox are in last in their division, the American League Central, as Eaton strikes out. Look like all fastballs. Hendricks.
And I think that last one really fooled Eaton. I think he convinced himself he was going to see a changeup there on 2-2. And it's a heater off the outside corner, a little late emergency hack to try to stay alive. And it was a foul tip.
Postcard weather, 74, a little breeze off the lake. Very comfortable afternoon. So this is a major league debut for Tyler Saladino. It's been Connor Gillespie and Gordon Beckham at third, mostly Gillespie, and they simply need more production out of that spot. Not sure how long Saladino will be here, but their third basemen collectively have put up the second to worst OPS among all American League teams.
Yeah, and second base has been even worse. And they're not getting a whole lot out of Alexei Ramirez at short either, so it's kind of been Jose Abreu and a whole lot of not much for Robin Ventura from the rest of his infield.
Abreu on deck. And the 1-2 pitch is hit on the ground right to Starlin Castro. 2 outs.
And a little cut changeup from Hendricks that time, moving away from Saladino. The weak contact ground ball to short. That was a very effective pitch for him last time out against the Marlins. In that ball game, he threw strike 1 to 21 of the 26 batters he faced. And there you see the grip on the changeup.
Ball 1 on Abreu. Has hit mostly third this year. He had moved up to the 2nd spot the last 10 consecutive games. Back in the 3-hole this afternoon, and a strike. 1-1. Abreu now 28 years old, right in the prime of his career, even though it's his 2nd year in the big leagues.
He's a bit of an anomaly in that he's a slugger that doesn't induce much of a shift. You look where the Cubs are playing him. They're pretty much straight up, maybe a step the other way in the outfield. He has tremendous power to right field. And the infield, well, Rizzo's off the line, but everybody else pretty much straight up.
Last couple of years it had been 4 games in 4 days. So 2 here, 2 at U.S. Cellular. This year back to the 3 here, 3 there. Both are weekend sets. Surrounded by Castro. He's got some time, and a good stretch by Rizzo at the other end. So a 1-2-3 first for Kyle Hendricks. The Cubs up against left-hander Carlos Rodon when we come back.
Southwest is having a sale because when there's a reunion, every cent should go to a killer dress. And heels. And a blowout. Mani-pedi, 3 weeks of tanning, facial, backup dress, bronzer, lip gloss. Book for as low as $73 one way now at southwest.com.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Yeah. Hey! Hey! Looks good, doesn't it? Get it. Oh, yeah!
Jack Link's, feed your one outside.
At Discount Tire, we'll get you the right tire at the lowest price for your vehicle. Get a $70 Visa prepaid card when you buy any set of 4 Michelin tires.
Not the vast frozen plains or a wall of mountains. Nothing would get between him and what he was after. Some called him obsessed. We call him Mr. Coors. And the pure Rocky Mountain water he hunted down is still used to brew the beer that bears his name. Coors, the banquet beer.
If today's Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Vinny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to Make-A-Wish, Illinois. Cubs will face left-handed starters all weekend. Their Southwest starting lineup, beginning with Dexter Fowler, Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant go 2 and 3. Jorge Soler has been hitting rockets all over the place since he came off the DL. Chris DeNorfia gets the start in left. It's Castro at short. Taylor Teagarden his 2nd start of the week. Hendricks, the pitcher, bats 8th, and Addison Russell, the 2nd baseman, 9th.
White Sox defensively, they've committed 58 errors, 4th most in the American League. Cabrera, Eaton, Garcia, left, center, right. Saladino, the rookie. Ramirez, Sanchez, also a rookie, and Abreu on the infield. Tyler Flowers does the catching this afternoon. And another rookie, the Lexus starting pitcher for the White Sox, Carlos Rodon. He was their 1st-round pick in the draft last year out of North Carolina State. He made 3 appearances in the bullpen before moving into the rotation. He's 3-2 with a 4.18. He throws fastball, slider, change. And hitters will tell you that slider is really nasty.
Yep. Developing changeup. That was a pitch up in the zone, and Fowler
fouled it off.
We've got plus stuff. The White Sox and everybody around baseball fully expect this guy to evolve into a top of the rotation type starter. He has struggled with his command here. Too many walks, too many pitches.
Strike three.
But he's off to a good start.
He makes quick work of Fowler. And it'll bring up Anthony Rizzo. So Rodon last year was taken third in the draft. Top three picks were pitchers. Brady Aiken by the Astros. We know what happened there. Tyler Kolek to the Marlins. Rodon to the White Sox. And then Kyle Schwarber to the Cubs. Outside on Rizzo. Fifth best OPS in all of baseball, tied for the National League lead with 24 doubles. Stands right on top of the plate as the slider misses outside 2-0.
And we talked about Anthony and how good he has been against left-handed pitching. He is really going to get tested this weekend because the lefties that they're running out there all have outstanding stuff and really shut down left-handed hitters.
Fastball on the outside edge. 2-1. White Sox have monitored Rodon's innings closely. They pushed him back on occasion. And when he came up, he actually had started in the bullpen. Essentially has replaced Hector Noesi in their starting rotation. Don't want to assume anything, but if they don't get back into the playoff race, it'll be easier to monitor those innings for sure. As Rizzo takes the walk. So the White Sox, JD, they're in that. Do we ride it out, or do we start moving some veteran guys?
Yeah, the next couple of weeks is going to be very telling for them as they try to make that determination. And if they do decide to sell, they'll probably get a pretty good haul for that fella.
Yeah, Jeff Samardzija is a looming free agent. Chris Bryant now with Rizzo at first, one out, just getting started, bottom of the first, and Rodon will toss over, even though Rizzo had about a 3-foot lead. So drafting pitchers is always a risk. It's not quite as risky when you take a kid out of college. And when you do take a polished pitcher like Rodon, you sometimes see those high draft picks make their major league debut not too long after they've been drafted. So he's 22 years old. And here in the big leagues a year after he was taken, as that should be 2, and it is 4-6-3 to end the inning. 0-0 after 1.
Some things are not what they appear to be. Other things are exactly what they appear to be. The 306 horsepower Lexus IS 350. As aggressive as it looks. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Finish your summer projects with concrete mixes from Menards. Perfect for anchoring posts, sidewalks, and more. It's ready to use. Just add water. Right now, a 60-pound bag is just $1.98 each. Get more choices, more colors, and satisfaction guaranteed with Cabot Exterior Wood Care from Menards. Cabot offers the best finishes and protection for any exterior wood surface. Save $7 a gallon. That's $35 on 5-gallon pails.
Save big money at Menards.
Great news. The best internet offer of the year is back. Get Xfinity Internet for just $14.99 a month for 12 months. But don't wait. This offer is only back for a short time. AT&T UVerse can't give you the speed Xfinity does. Call 1-800-XFINITY to get started for as low as $14.99 a month for 12 months. Or ask how to get even more speed with Blast. Now with 50% more speed. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
We are scoreless here in the the top of the second, and Cubs fans, the PGA Championship will take place next month in Kohler, Wisconsin. Kids are free, and tickets start at just $30. Visit PGAchampionship.com for all the details. The Crosstown Cup, a new experience for many of the Cubs. Joe Madden, Kyle Hendricks on the bump, Bryant, you name it. But for Clayton Richard, and actually a guy on the other side, Jeff Samardzija, they have a different experience of the Crosstown Cup, having played for both sides now. And guys, the history between these two, even a little bit more ironic as it goes all the way back to their Indiana days. Both of them extremely great athletes in both football and baseball. And it was Clayton Richard who just edged out Jeff Samardzija in 2002 for the Indiana Mr. Football Award. Now Clayton says this morning, you know, it's kind of fun still to cross paths with this guy you've sort of watched all the way through high school, now into his career here in the pros. And I think they have fun with this one, guys.
Thanks, Kelly. And Richard had a, 3-inning outing in relief the other night. Possibly could see him in relief in an emergency this weekend. And Jeff Samardzija not scheduled to pitch. He was terrific yesterday.
He's been dealing lately. Complete game shutout yesterday, and if the Sox are inclined to sell, now would be the time to move because he's been really good.
Well, strike three. Cabrera's reaction to that pitch was that it was not on the plate, but Dan Bellino thought it was.
Well, let's see. A little comeback sinker. Yeah. It looked like it caught the top of the zone inside corner. Don't normally expect to get that call, but according to our grid of accuracy, it was a strike.
Abisail Garcia was 24 years old, 6'4", 240. And he muscles this one in the air, but not over Addison Russell, who makes the catch.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because Kyle Hendricks is a very efficient pitcher. He throws a lot of strikes. And the White Sox, they're a bunch of free swingers. They don't walk much at all. So if they're willing to go up there and swing early, and he's throwing a little sinker off the corner, a little cut change up away from them, he's going to get a lot of quick outs.
Alexei Ramirez back in their lineup. Did not play yesterday after fouling a ball off his left foot the night before. And he rarely sits. Last 5 years, at least 156 games. He's a wily old veteran in this matchup. White Sox and Cubs. Pops up the bunt attempt off the screen. Did a great thing on the video boards here before the national anthem, honoring two Chicago baseball legends who passed away in the offseason, Minnie Minoso and Ernie Banks. Broken bat pop up on the infield, and Hendricks makes a catch as Bryant came streaking behind him. 6 up, 6 down for the right-hander as his scoreless streak continues through 2 innings here today.
When you get a Honda Civic, you get more than just a car. You get tools to help make your drive more fuel efficient. A coach that shows you when you're driving efficiently. A button to help you get to all the places you want to go, using a little less gas. And you're getting a great deal on the best-selling compact car in America. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer and test drive a Honda today.
Bacon you can't eat is bacon you don't need. Try Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa. Crispy bacon over grilled chicken in a chewy chalupa shell. It's bacon you can eat.
2 things got the stylists excited at a sheer delight. When a customer had the guts to go for the big city and playing the lottery. You see, they'd played together for years, but never hit it big. And then one day, Mama getting new shoes, baby. Mama getting new So go ahead, get that new hairdo. And hey, play the Illinois Lottery, because anything's possible.
Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Summer now in full swing. No time like the present to plan for a game here at beautiful Wrigley Field. The Phillies, Rockies, Giants, and Brewers will kick off the second half of the season. Here at Wrigley Field, don't wait until the last minute. Secure your seats at Cubs.com today. I want to thank everybody who came out to Metro last night. Hot Stove Cool Music #4 here in Chicago. Raised a ton of money. Thanks for all of your support for the foundation to be named later. JD, thank you for being there. We had a great time. We had a lot of players show up. And, they carried Eddie Vedder off the stage.
Great show. Yeah, that was pretty nice. The whole show was great. Obviously, Eddie Vedder, the headliner, was just outstanding. And yeah, it was fun when the players went up on stage at the end, doing the thing they do down in the dugout, 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Down with the 0-1, and Soler fouls. 0-2.
And you were up there, you got the jam with Eddie Vedder. That's kind of cool. Check that off the bucket list.
Did I really do it, or I thought I dreamed it? Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 strikeouts early on for Rodon. Chris Denorfia.
Yeah, I think the Cubs, what they're going to pay attention to is any kind of a pattern from Rodon. If they sense that he's starting fastballs early and then trying to finish it with sliders, they're going to become a little more aggressive, try to attack those fastballs, because that slider, when he's got it going, that can be devastating.
In the inside corner, Rodon's father, born in Cuba. Carlos grew up in North Carolina. Went to NC State.
Highest pick by the White Sox since they took Harold Baines #1 overall back in '77.
One and 2. Castro next. 14th appearance, 11th start for the lefty. And it'll be a lefty weekend for the White Sox. Chris Sale, the All-Star, tomorrow, and Jose Quintana on Sunday. Cubs will have John Lester tomorrow, Jake Arrieta to wrap up the first half. Full count, 3-2. And for Jake, he'll be shooting for his 10th win. Inside, he walked him. You mentioned Kyle Hendricks, strike thrower. White Sox pretty aggressive. Cubs are patient, and Rodon at times not as efficient. And you check out these matchups the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, obviously a great matchup tomorrow with Lester and Sale, and on Sunday, Arrieta, Quintana. Quintana's been on a very nice roll as well.
He's been a tough luck guy the last couple of years in terms of run support. Good lead by Denorfia, not running. And Castro takes ball 1.
Yeah, Rodon has only managed to pitch 5 innings in each of his last 2 starts, and over 100 pitches in those 2 ball games. So that speaks to a lot of deep counts.
Almost 19 pitches per inning. That's really high. So he's 18.7 pitches per inning. Kyle Hendricks is at 15. So you think about that over 5 or 6 innings. That's an extra inning.
Yep, that's more outs you got to get out of the bullpen, and Generally, it's the middle relief guys you're trying to stay away from.
So after the walk to DeNorfia, he's gone 2-0 on Castro. Starlin just 2 out of 23 on this homestand. Fouled away, 2-1.
Well, if there were a right-handed pitcher on the mound, I'm pretty sure Joe Madden would have DeNorfia moving here, try to play a little hit and run with Castro up there. He's the ground ball hitter, and Rodon gets a lot of ground balls. He may start him anyway. A little less inclined to do so with a lefty on the mound. You don't get as good a jump, obviously, and if you get a swing and miss, you could have an easy play for Flowers, excuse me.
You're going to drop a Flowers on us at some point.
Hopefully we don't get a Fowler-Flowers collision at home plate.
How about the catchers? We have Flowers and Teagarden. It's kind of fun. Too bad Phil Plantier is not in the lineup. Three and one.
Mike Ivy.
3-2.
Now decision time for Joe Madden. Start DeNorfia or not.
By the way, for the record, you did not stay out too late last night. You've just been battling a little.
Yeah, it's a head cold.
Something. Yeah. Diving stop, Ramirez. What a play to return it. Oh my goodness. Alexei Ramirez and Carlos Sanchez.
Yeah, that's why you buy a ticket to a major league game right there.
0-0.
The Nissan Rogue. With blind spot warning, a round view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive that knows just when to kick in. Choose Rogue, just $194 per month, or get 0% APR for up to 60 months. Nissan, innovation that excites. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced, or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Now at National Tire and Battery, buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly when you get them installed. Choose from select in-stock Goodyear, Continental, Cooper, Nitto, and more. You're going places this summer. But first, hurry into your neighborhood NTB, home of the lowest tire price guarantee. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need.
This summer, make the most of the season with the Jeep brand's legendary capability. Cherish every sunrise in the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Or chase every sunset with Jeep Cherokee's 31 mpg highway. Your endless summer starts at the Jeep Summer Clearance Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,500 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on Jeep Cherokee models.
Time now for our Xfinity high-speed action. Runner was on the move, and they still turned it.
Boy, just so sweet. A great pick by Ramirez. The flip with the glove. Look at Sanchez backing off to avoid the hit to complete the double play. That was pretty slick stuff.
So, onward. We're in the third now. Flowers, Sanchez, Rodon for the White Sox. And there's a strike from Kyle Hendricks.
Nothing sharp off Hendricks yet. A couple of strikeouts and some weak contact.
0-2. Flowers hitting .323 over his last 10. He's cranked 5 home runs over his last 23. We'll likely see Miguel Montero, even against the lefties, tomorrow and Sunday. Teagarden gets a nod with Hendricks today. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Well, the professor has got it going on here this afternoon. This is the cut changeup. That's strikeout number 3. So he starts the third like he started the first and the second with a punch out.
Beautiful day, big crowd. Sanchez takes a strike. Took over at second base in mid-May. Michael Johnson had the job, but they needed to improve their defense. That one feathered, and Castro just can't get it. That is the first hit of the ball game. A one-out single for Sanchez.
And even this not hit very hard off the end of the bat. Just beyond the reach of Castro. So, yeah, you talked earlier about third base being a problem. Second base has been a black hole offensively for the White Sox. They do not have a home run yet from that position. Less than 10 extra base hits from their second baseman.
Well, the thing about, you look at their numbers team-wise, as Rodon bunts, and Bryant's going to get the out at first. We'll go 5-4 on a sacrifice. You look at their numbers, they're pretty awful all across the board. So they're last in the American League in runs, homers, and slugging. They're second to last in hits, steals, walks, and on base percentage. The pitching has been really good at times, but still ranking only 11th in the American League, and they're last in the majors in defensive efficiency. That's turning batted balls into outs. Yet they've won 7 of their last 9, and a lot of people think that they have underachieved. Some may say, well, it's a flawed roster to begin with, but when you do look at the track records, as you mentioned earlier, there are a lot of guys who need to pick it up just to get back to where they normally would be.
And, they spent a lot of money in the offseason. They created a lot of buzz at the winter meetings. Took a pretty significant jump in payroll. Made some long-term commitments, and the expectation was that they'd be competitive. It just hasn't played out. The question is, how long do you ride it?
One and one on Eaton. He struck out to start the game. Swing and a miss. He's got 6 home runs. That's by far a career high. In only 78 games, he had 6 in his first 3 major league seasons combined in over 200 games. Popped him up behind third. Castro straddling that line, makes the catch, and the inning is over. They strand a man at second. Midway in the third, scoreless.
It started with the whisper.
People just can't stop talking about Ford. Announcing the Ford Summer Sales Event. Now get our best offers of the year on Focus, Fusion, and Escape. 0% financing for 72 months, plus $750 cash back and no payments until fall. That's 0% financing for 72 months, plus $750 cash back and no payments until fall on Fusion, Escape, and Focus during the Ford Summer Sales Event.
I'll be back.
Genesis, rated PG-13. To win a national championship once is a big deal. Binny's Beverage Depot has won it 3 times as National Retailer of the Year for wine, spirits, and beer. Low prices, a gigantic selection, and super service. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate a remarkable car polish. New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Simply wipe it on and just wipe it off. It's that easy. And look, New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. So get New Finish.
Available at Pep Boys, Target, Ace, O'Reilly Auto, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Mañana por la noche apoya a tu Chicago Fire cuando entren a la cancha y traten de derrotar al Seattle Sounders. Velos ir por el gol y anotarse una gran victoria en casa. Nuestra cobertura especial en vivo inicia a las 7 de la noche en Comcast Sportsnet. Vamos Fire.
We are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the third. The battle for the Crosstown Cup continues tomorrow as the Cubs take on the Sox. First pitch 3:05. First 10,000 fans here at the ballpark will receive a mobile power bank presented by Starwood Preferred Guest. For details, visit Cubs.com.
Taylor Tea Garden. So not only tea garden and flowers, but we've got a Taylor and a Tyler.
A little bit of tinker.
Bottom three in the Cubs order. Tea Garden batting 7th. Backdoor breaking ball is in there. Taylor visited children at the wheelchair softball field at California Park earlier this week. A chance to play softball with participants at the Cubs Fantasy Camp for Kids. With RIC's Caring for Kids program, helped with hitting, fielding, and pitching. Got in a wheelchair and tried it out himself. Good stuff. It is a wonderful program. 1 ball and 2 strikes on him. Close, but just missed. Pitchers on deck. Everything else will be later. So I would imagine just about the rest of the MLB baseball world in terms of clubhouses, they probably got this game turned on.
Either that or they're watching a replay of Kenny Powers.
or old school or something. Every once in a while they'll throw in a DVD before BP. Sanchez makes a catch.
Cubs looking for their first hit. They've had a couple of base runners, both walks, both erased with double plays. Lee gets 277 against Rodon, but right-handed hitters significantly better against lefties, so that's why Rizzo's the only left-handed bat in here today.
Aggressive swing by Hendricks.
We mentioned when we talked about the repertoire of Rodon that it was a developing changeup, and if that pitch comes along for him, that's going to really change those numbers for right-handed hitters.
Opposite field single. Kyle Hendricks has the Cubs' first base hit.
The pitchers have been on a bit of a roll here offensively. Gets the foot down in time.
Pretty smooth looking swing from Hendricks. Addison Russell. It's been a struggle for him here lately offensively, but that 9th inning at bat of the fireballer Trevor Rosenthal Wednesday night was a beauty. Ended up gapping a double the other way. Gave the Cubs a little life after Johnny Peralta hit the go-ahead home run.
And Cubs had 3 really good at-bats in that bottom of the 9th against Rosenthal. Just a crazy game that probably would have been the feel-good win of the year to that point, and it ended up being the most disappointing loss. But you move on. That's the nature of the game.
Two and one on him. Bounced foul. Let's hear from Joe Madden on the 21-year-old rookie Addison Russell.
Right now, he's making all these adjustments here. Has not caved, has not cowered, has not done any of that. He just keeps coming out. He's got that same stern look about him. And in my scout's hat, like a year and a half, a year from now, the difference is going to be incredible in regards to his performance and how he reacts to the day. So that's where I think some people have to really understand when you don't, if you're not involved in this on a daily basis, sometimes it doesn't look so pretty when you get down on somebody because of that. No, not with this kid, man. He's special, and he's going to show it.
Good stuff from Joe Madden. Meantime, a pass ball charged to Flowers. So Hendricks now second and 3-2 on Russell.
Yeah, there goes the double play opportunity for the White Sox. Another deep count opportunity for Russell to drive in Hendricks here on 3-2. So Rodon really hasn't flashed that changeup yet, so he's basically a two-pitch pitcher. Tough to make a living as a starter throwing only 2 pitches.
Here it comes. He walked him.
Well, and just like that, I believe that was the changeup. It wasn't a bad pitch. A lot of guys would have chased at that one, but Russell, showing a disciplined eye, takes the walk. No, and it's just a backdoor slider.
Fowler's sitting on 799 career hits. Much better right-handed than left-handed this year. .327 righty, .211 left-handed. 2-0. Driven into right. Is it caught? It is. It is caught. It's an out. An out called. It'll be a double play. Oh, no, it won't. He threw it away. Hendricks is standing at third. He's got to go back to second. There's the double play.
Here comes Joe Madden. He's gonna tell everybody to just kind of stay put for a second here. Don't run off the field. We're going to take a look at this.
Actually, not sure why Garcia threw to first when Hendricks was around third, but in the end, he stayed there and was easily doubled off. Now, I'll tell you one thing here that's tricky. Alfonso Marquez made the out call. Okay?
Right.
So, it's correct. Joe may or may not challenge it, but they got it right. He caught it. And what I was going to say is, if he picked it off the grass before it hit the grass, that's an out because Marquez said he had it long enough before he pulled it out of his glove. And if you are reaching in and pulling it out, they will give you the catch.
Well, and Tom Hallion, the crew chief, is going to come over with an explanation for Joe. And that's what he's asking you to pull it out of the glove cleanly. And what Hallion's going to say is, well, he rolled over with it. He had control long enough.
Still going to challenge it. Is that what you saw? I thought he had it long enough.
Yeah, it used to be they were a little more particular about that outfielders had to cleanly make that transfer from glove to throwing hand. Or they wouldn't call it a catch. It seems to me in recent years they've been, if you have it in your possession, and I don't think there's a count. I think it's just a judgment call by the umpire where they feel like he has secured the ball long enough.
Yeah, the ball only came out when he reached in. That's the key, though. Did he catch it there? If it hit the grass, obviously it's a trap. At first look, I thought he got his glove under it, but every look I get now, I'm not so sure. Again, Marquez called him out. So there has to be conclusive evidence to the contrary, right?
Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
Well, it bounces, but is the leather underneath the ball at that second?
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a deflection. But I can't tell one way or another whether that it bounced on the grass or the fingers of his glove.
Well, the first time I saw it, I thought he caught it.
So that looks like a catch there, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. So it's a double play and the inning is over.
Three double plays in 3 innings.
Wild finish to the 3rd inning.
It's called the domino effect. It starts with a plan that evolves into an action that produces a result. That result is the grand opening of the all-new Elgin Toyota with our state-of-the-art business center. And save time with our exclusive Toyota Express Maintenance. Browse over 1,000 new Toyotas and 400 used vehicles. Feel comfortable knowing that we speak your language. The grand opening sale going on now at Elgin Toyota, where Naperville Road ends and savings begin.
This is the feeling of turning a game you love into a lifetime of cash. DraftKings.com, the daily fantasy baseball destination, is giving away over $300 million this baseball season. And the games are one day, so you can play for your share every single day. Just pick your sport, pick your players, and pick up your cash. Step up to the plate at DraftKings.com. Play with promo code SLIDE and get free entry in our daily contests. Get to DraftKings.com.
And now, Feldco's biggest sale. Get free installation on all windows, siding, and doors with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year.
Hurry, Feldco's free installation ends soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Tomorrow on CSN, North meets South in a huge crosstown collision at the Confines. Get ready for impact with White Sox pregame live, presented by Lexus of Orland and Maryville, followed by Chicago's Civil War. White Sox Cubs tomorrow at 2:30 on CSN.
This Sunday, the battle for the Crosstown Cup continues as the Cubs duel it out with the Sox at 1:20. First 5,000 kids get a color your own Cubs insulated lunch bag presented by Vienna Beef. Then after the game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger with wristbands will be allowed on the field to run the bases, weather permitting. For more info, visit Cubs.com. Strike 2 on Saladino making his major league debut. We're going to take a look, one last look at the end of the play. We're focusing on the catch. Just to clarify how that play ended for those who may have been confused. Okay, so here's the catch. Runners both assuming the ball is not going to be caught. Garcia, it's called out. Now he's trying to double off Russell at first. Ball gets away. It stays in play because it hit the fence in front of the dugout. And Flowers has an easy play at second because Kyle Hendricks was standing at third. So that is the third out right there. See where Hendricks is.
Yeah, and if Garcia didn't lose the handle trying to pull the ball out of his glove, Hendricks would have known to go back to second.
Castro charges.
But because the ball popped loose at some point, Kyle's like, well, I don't want to start heading back to second and possibly be tagged out when I'm okay here at third.
It is where replay might affect how you run the bases there, right?
I don't know. I think in real time playing the game down there, it's kind of hard to think through all the different scenarios.
I guess in other words, if you do run back to second and then they decide it wasn't caught, do you lose a base as a result? wild. Well, no, I guess the bases would have been loaded, right? Fowler would have been safe. Yeah, that would have been interesting, trying to piece all that together.
Yeah, and it's going to, and there will be situations where umpires are going to have to just use their best judgment and place guys.
One and two.
Abreu not walking as much this year as last, maybe because his team is really scuffled. He's trying to do too much. Looks like he has to carry the load. Got a bunch of struggling hitters around him in the batting order. Lately, they've been better. Melky Cabrera has started to heat it up lately. Flowers swinging it better.
Foul. So if the throw to first had gone into the dugout, that would have helped the Cubs' cause. They might have been able to turn the double play, but it hit that chain link fence right in front. Toward the hole, diving stop, Bryant. Does he have time? No. Infield hit Abreu. He's got a 12-game hitting streak.
Still really hasn't been a sharply hit ball off Kyle Hendricks. Nice play here, laying out by Bryant. Cabrera signed to a 3-year, $42 million deal this winter. Coming off a big year. He's only 30. He seems like he's been around forever.
Hitting .383 his last 16 games. He's been much better from this side of the plate. Swing and a miss.
It's like a styrofoam cup, his changeup. It just never gets there.
Is Larry? Have you seen Larry Young this weekend?
I have not.
Supervisors. Interesting to ask him about that play that we just saw, a double play. Base hit Cabrera, 9-game hitting streak, back-to-back singles. I'm just trying to think, if that ball did go out of play, Hendricks was at third. I think the ball is dead at that point, and the White Sox maybe could appeal. I mean, that could have been, that would have been a headache-inducing type of scoring decision. It's fun to try to piece those things together. Garcia popped to second in the second. 2 men on for the first time for the White Sox. Three hits for the Sox. Cubs have one. That was from the pitcher. Jam shot, pop fly. Denorfia makes the catch. 2 outs. And we'll bring up Ramirez. Tapper, Hendricks He'll get out of the inning, so they strand a couple. Bottom 4. Cubs nothing, White Sox nothing.
Southwest is having a sale because when there's a reunion, every cent should go to a killer dress. And heels. And a blowout. Mani-pedi, 3 weeks of tanning, facial, backup dress, bronzer, lip gloss. Book for as low as $73 one way now at southwest.com.
Since Senator Kirk cast the deciding vote in June to let power plants keep polluting our air, polluters are breathing a lot easier. But nearly 300,000 Illinois children aren't. Because pollution from power plants is not only one of the leading causes of catastrophic climate change, it leads to childhood asthma attacks. Tell Senator Kirk to stop protecting polluters and start protecting our kids.
Kate!
She can't go alone.
Give me your hand!
That was close.
Hey, the National Sports Collectors Convention's coming to Rosemont, and CSN Chicago has your VIP passes. Enter to win at csnchicago.com/sportscollectors for your chance at 2 VIP passes, which include entrance to all 5 days, free autographs, early admission, and plenty more. By the way, that replay review, the call was confirmed. Joe Madden has lost his challenge, although after the 6th inning he can strongly request a replay review. Rizzo, Bryant, and Soler. Wide for ball 1.
I guess goal number 1 here would be not to hit into a double play this inning.
Right. Well, I guess that means they've been getting base runners, and that's true. They've walked 3 times and had 1 hit. Big overshift against Rizzo, and a strike on him. Three and 1. So far, the walks have not hurt Rodon, although it's never really good for your pitch count. Outside ball 4. Well, Zach Greinke is putting together one heck of a first half. He would be the odds-on favorite for the Cy Young right now. I guess Max Scherzer might have something to say about it. But how about a 1.39 earned run average? Shutout win over the Phillies last night. His scoreless streak almost at 36 innings.
That's covering his last 5 starts. Got a ways to go to track down Drysdale and Hershiser, but obviously worth keeping an eye on. Oral Hershiser in '88 with 56 2/3 scoreless innings to break the record that was held by Don Drysdale.
feels like that record will be broken at some point just because of the current run scoring environment.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Jeff Samardzija, last 2 starts, went into the 6th with a no-no, right? I mean, it almost feels like every day here recently somebody does that. Kyle Hendricks has his streak at 19 1/3 innings at the moment. Covering his last 3 starts, including today. Decent lead by Rizzo at first. Rodon to the plate. They'll try to turn this one. 6-4. They do not get that second out. Man. How many big third basemen would beat out that double play ball?
Boy, none other come to mind for me right now. We talk a lot about it this year. Chris Bryant, not just a slugger, he's an athlete. Close at first base, but it looked like he beat it. Pretty slick turn out there by Sanchez. He's impressive defensively. He's really struggled with the bat, but looks like he's major league ready with the glove.
Sox defense, as we said, at times has really been a problem. They've been terrific here to start this one. Cabrera playing very deep and left against Jorge Soler. Knocked down by Rodon, and everybody's safe. That was a great play just to knock that ball down. Wow, did it come back hard.
He has hit into some tough luck since coming off the disabled list, so this would have been very frustrating had Rodon been able to snare that one on him. He gets an infield hit. Boom, boom. On Rodon in no time.
Norfia now with 2 on and 1 out. Here we go. Rodon to the plate. It's a strike. Look at the runner at second. It's Bryant. And 2-1. Cardinals played last night after that 4-game split here. They went to Pittsburgh and beat the Pirates 4-1. Carlos Martinez went into the 8th. Shutout ball. St. Louis and Pittsburgh currently have the top 2 records in the National League. The All-Star game in Cincinnati is a really interesting Associated Press piece. We talked to Ray Fosse. Quotes from Pete Rose about the collision, Riverfront Stadium, 1970, to this day. Ray Fosse still feels the after effects. Devastating blow basically separated his shoulder, but I don't think he missed any time.
Yeah, I don't recall. I just remember the collision.
He's quoted saying, "As if it happened yesterday. As much as it's shown, I don't have to see it on TV. As a replay to know what happened, it's fresh." And really felt like that night changed his entire career. It was the game-winning run for the National League. I guess they went out to dinner together the night before.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't know that.
Ray must not have picked up the tab.
3-2 with one out. There go the runners. Swing and a miss. Throw to third. Oh, another double play.
Wow. Many varieties of double plays. The theme here this afternoon.
4-6-3, 6-4-3, 9-2-6. Strike him out. Throw him out. Inning over.
One thing we can rely on in this house is UVerse high-speed internet.
I've been streaming movies all day without any problems.
UVerse high-speed internet has brought much-needed reliability to our lives.
It's got reliability you can rely on.
AT&T UVerse high-speed internet. With 99.9% reliability, it's one thing you can rely on.
I thought you measured.
I did measure it. Just take the cushions off.
They are off.
Moving is frustrating, but moving your DirecTV isn't. Simply call before you move, and we'll bundle DirecTV with internet and home phone services for one low price. With this added value, moving has never been more rewarding. The DirecTV Movers Deal. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
Sport Clips appreciates everything guys do.
You're welcome.
That's why we're giving you the instant replay. It's your Sport Clips MVP experience, but more of it. For a limited time, get twice the hot towel treatment and a double header of our massaging shampoo and soothing scalp treatment for the price of a single MVP. Are you dreaming? You're not dreaming. Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy.
Fire Sounders tomorrow at 7 on CSN.
Follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on Comcast Sportsnet. Brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
What's up, Patrick Mooney?
What's up, guys? How you been?
Howdy.
Doing great. Beautiful day. Crazy start to this one. Always seems like there's some sort of news when the Sox and Cubs get together, but I'd say a fairly quiet day. Let's get the Jason Hamill update. Cubs were encouraged by the MRI, right? And it sounds like he'll pitch fifth after the break.
Yeah, all things considered, probably a best case outcome as well as the timing of it. And Jason said it the other night. The silver lining being the All-Star break and the way this weekend sets up, because obviously it seems like, you know, how long we've been talking about the need for pitching and the trade deadline, and I think that injury really kind of underscored all of that. And I think the Cubs are really going to start ramping it up, you know, through the All-Star break, after the All-Star break, as you know, some of these teams shake out as either buyers or sellers.
2 strikes on the catcher Tyler Flowers. So we discussed earlier the situation Rick Hahn is in, stay put or go into sell mode. And you know, the Cubs are dealing with 29 other teams, but because there's another major league team in the city, the question is, well, is there a matchup between the Cubs and the White Sox? And people you talk to, as that ball rolled on a broken bat to Castro, is he out? Would it be out of line to say that Rick Hahn and Jed Hoyer or Theo Epstein may have had conversations, or might?
I think there's, because I'm thinking of Samardzija. I mean, obviously that would be a nice fit for the Cubs, but I really do not see that happening. I think they're just, you know, on both sides. You know, I don't see the White Sox wanting to do anything to help the Cubs, which is, you know, within their rights. I just think there's, you know, too much back and forth there. I don't think they want to see, you know, what if they get Samardzija and they kind of go on a roll, and, you know, they kind of take over the city where they already kind of have established themselves, this summer as a team that's, has a lot of buzz. And I still think the White Sox haven't figured that out yet. And Jed Hoyer even admitted that the White Sox are one of several teams that haven't really decided which way they're going to go. And I think the White Sox feel like they're going to give it another couple weeks here.
Off the end of the bat, and that ball will drop. How about Sanchez's day? He's got 2 hits, and both have been a little flares to left. JD, I think that's a really interesting topic. You have 2 teams in different leagues, and I think the Mets-Yankees thing is almost similar. No general manager would ever admit that would ever play into it. But if you are the White Sox, do you think you can't deal with the Cubs because of that?
Well, there's a certain amount of risk, right? Because it's staring you in the face. If you lose the deal, either way. So if you're the Cubs and you're acquiring a Samardzija or a veteran type guy, but you give up a couple of top-notch prospects, and all of a sudden your renter, you don't, make it to the postseason. Your renter player goes away, and the prospect turns out to be a stud across town. You have to eat that and live with that for a long time. So there's risk on both sides. At the end of the day, I think if there's a deal there to be made, you got to have a little bit of a gunslinger's mentality and say, let's go for it. But I would think that the GMs on both clubs, the decision makers would say, well, there's a lot of other trading partners. We'll look there first. And that's kind of an interesting dynamic too. It's kind of like oh, congratulations on your pregnancy, and you find, I'm not pregnant. That same thing when you call a guy, hey, we're interested in so-and-so. Well, wait a minute, we're not selling. We still think we're a contender. Right. And you're, oh, sorry, you didn't know that.
Interesting.
Based on the way we're looking at the standings, we don't see you as a seller.
Now, having said all of that, at least the way Theo and Jed operate, and I think Rick and Kenny Williams do too, the baseball guys, to the Cubs brass, the White Sox are just one of 29 other teams, right? And I think vice versa, it's the same. They don't look at it like fans would. Because I think it can be dangerous to not view it that way, right?
Yeah, and I think we just saw the Cardinals come in here, and those 4 games that I think was as loud as it's been probably since those playoff years a couple of years ago, and that's where the Cubs are kind of measuring themselves against. And the White Sox obviously are in surprisingly a pretty difficult division now. That a lot of teams are kind of on that cycle where they're in contention now. And I think Jed said it today, publicly, yeah, of course, we get along great with those guys, blah blah blah. I don't think they would actually come down and pull the trigger on something like that.
By the way, Rodon was 0 for 1 in his major league career going into today. 0 plate appearances in the minors, and he's laid down 2 sack bunts already in this game. It's off the outside corner, and Adam Eaton.
Well, when was the last significant trade between the Cubs and the White Sox?
I want to say that's a good question. Matt Kirchner. Matt Kirchner, that was 1998 for John Garland. Has there been one since then? I don't remember one.
This will come up with the Cubs too. If the Brewers and Reds are selling, are they going to trade within the division? Right. And Theo said, we made that Travis Wood trade with Sean Marshall, but that was totally different circumstances, a couple of years ago now. So I think a lot's going to kind of shake out here in the next couple of days. There are teams that really are playing for, either kind of blowing it all up or going for it, because there's so many teams like the Padres that invested a lot in the offseason, and now they're probably going to have to raise the white flag.
Do you think the All-Star break will be a busy few days in terms of trades?
I think Jed kind of thought the calls might pick up kind of over the break, and then coming out of that, and seeing like a team like the White Sox, if they win 3 games here, they're going to break feeling pretty good, and then they'll have another week to 10 days to really establish themselves. Because I think everyone looked at the White Sox offseason moves, and no one thought they did something crazy or out of line. Like, they were all pretty logical, and you'd think they'd be playing at a better rate than they have.
Ooh, that ball came back up and I think might have hit Eaton in the side of the face, or the ear flap. Actually, the other side, the non-protected ear.
Well, it's a great look at the changeup from Hendrickson. We had the slow-mo look at it earlier when he was cutting it away from a right-handed hitter. That time he's fading it down and away from the lefty. Gives you a good idea how good he is at manipulating the baseball.
3-2. Sanchez, the runner at second. We're in the fifth. Swing and a miss to end the inning. Patrick Mooney covers the Cubs every day. Check him out, csnchicago.com. 0-0 in the fifth.
Billy's been my fighter for 10 years. I know what's best for him.
And I've been his wife for like 100. I know what's better for him.
I'm gonna tell you something.
I love you. I love you.
You have zero income. I can't fix it this time.
All I care about is the three of us.
You ain't never been hit by a real man.
Think that you can beat him. I give you my everything. I can't do this without you.
Southpaw, rated R, in theaters everywhere July 24th.
There is a family feeling here. It is a comfortable car-related experience.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
Whatever we bought, we wanted to buy it from here. You're going to feel good about the purchase. They're going to stand behind it. The service is beyond what you'd expect.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of our Fields Matters program.
It's just been a great experience, and that's why I've continued to come back.
Fields matters because you matter.
We're a Fields family, absolutely.
We're literally trying to save the world here.
Are you sure you can handle this?
We're professionals. Here we go.
On July 17th, summer gets even bigger.
This is awesome. You know, I ruined the moment, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Ant-Man, rated PG-13, July 17th.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update. We've got team coverage of the crosstown opener coming up on Sportsnet Central after Cubs postgame live. Plus, Kip Lewis goes one-on-one with Jimmy Butler. He officially signs that max deal with the Bulls. And after the final out of this one, both Todd Hollandsworth and Bill Melton join me for Cubs postgame live. In the meantime, let's send it back to Len and JD at Clark and Addison.
Pat, thank you. Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Come out and enjoy the new Budweiser bleachers. There's no experience quite like it. A combo of exciting Cubs baseball and the new bleacher experience will keep the Budweiser bleachers one of the hot spots for entertainment in Chicago. Visit Cubs.com/bleachers to buy tickets and to learn more about the available spaces. Yeah, the other deal, the Neil Kotz trade, David Aardsma, 2006. I think the last kind of significant deal, the Garland-Karchner trade back in the late 90s. Outside for a ball, 1-1. Two and one. Why not they hit a home run here to not deal with that double play opportunity?
The record for double plays in a game is 7.
Three and one.
Didn't have to be. On the plate, looked like a little low. A lot of deep counts for Rodon here today. Let's see, 3-1 fastball.
Boy, he's given the high one too. Vertically, pretty big today.
But you know, a lot of hitters would say they're okay with that. They'd rather that than have the zone be big wide. You know, ball 3 inches off the plate that you can't reach. You can always go up and get one or go down and get one.
Strike 3 called. Frustrating finish to that at bat by Castro. If you weren't alive or you missed it or you had no idea what we were talking about, that ended the 1970 All-Star game. The guy who got the hit was a Cub, Jim Hickman. Leo DeRocher was at third base, the third base coach, and boy, that was a nasty, nasty collision.
Yeah, well, he said there was nowhere for Rose to go. Fosse had home plate blocked.
45 years ago this July 14th.
The game was played with a little more intensity back then. Even though the only thing at stake was league pride.
Oh, 0-2 on Teagarden. Two. On Sunday, throwback uniforms. Entire team for the Cubs will wear the number 14, 1958, in honor of Ernie Banks. Friday, August 14th, the White Sox will wear Minnie Minoso's retired number 9. Great tribute on the video board before the game. Bounce to third. Saladino makes the play. The White Sox have won 22 of the last 35 in this all-time series, and 11 of their last 16 in this ballpark. I mentioned this is the 99th matchup. 178 major league players have worn both uniforms, including Edwin Jackson, Clayton Richard, Emilio Bonifacio, Zach Putnam, Jeff Samardzija, and Giovanni Soto. Mark Parent, the bench coach for the White Sox, was a Cub in the mid-90s. Dave Martinez played with both teams. So did Steve Stone and Darren Jackson. Up here in the broadcast booth.
And Ron Coomer started his career as a farmhand with the White Sox.
And later played for the Cubs. He grew up coming to Wrigley Field. There's DJ. You get a DJ dropped on you every once in a while. I'm sure he hears a JD. Got to keep it straight.
Rodon doing the walk-off, but he's going to have to throw at least one more pitch here in the fifth.
Strike 3 to end the inning. 2 strikeouts in the fifth for Rodon. Didn't need a double play this time.
Some things are not what they appear to be. Other things are exactly what they appear to be. The 306 horsepower Lexus IS 350. As aggressive as it looks. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Tim Morehouse years to master the perfect lunge. But only one attempt to master depositing checks at Chase ATMs. Technology designed for you, so you can easily master the way you bank.
There's a drive to deep center field, and this could be the ball game. He's going back.
T-Mobile's network has more data capacity per customer than Verizon and AT&T. It's the network that's data strong all season long. Switch now and get a free subscription to MLB.com at-bat premium, only at T-Mobile.
The web is full of stories and sources. When it comes to your Chi-Town squads, you can bet CSNChicago.com is bringing you the facts. From Chicago, for Chicago, CSNChicago.com.
Slug your way to the Home Run Derby crown and master the free award-winning game millions are playing. Download MLB.com. Home Run Derby free on the App Store and Google Play. Getting a lot of reaction on Twitter. The White Sox Cub thing. We're not going to name every guy who played for both teams. We just were saying the people in the ballpark right now. Okay. And yes, I remember the Sammy Sosa trade.
We could just get a scroll going. Running across the bottom of the screen.
Saladino fouls back. He was grounded out twice in his first ever major league game. 7th round pick out of Oral Roberts, 2010. He's from San Diego. He can run. 25 steals in 52 games at AAA. Really good on base skills, not a lot of power in his minor league career.
Yeah, 4 home runs at AAA this year. 25 steals in 27 tries, so very efficient. A couple ground balls to short here today.
Just by observation, and depending on the year and what team is doing what in the standings. Pass to Rizzo. Hendricks covering. You'll see more Cubs blue in the games at U.S. Cellular Field when the Cubs are having a really good season, and vice versa here. I'm not seeing nearly as much White Sox black in the ballpark than maybe the last 2 or 3 years here today. And that kind of matches with the standings. And I would expect to see more Cubs blue when we go to the South Side in August than the last few years, with the Cubs struggling in the standings. Abreu just got hit. And got away from Hendricks. One out base runner.
Yeah, they're trying to crowd him, and we talked earlier about Abreu's power the other way, so you got to make sure you do your due diligence inside on him. Don't let him just cover the outside part of the plate, because he'll just ping away at that wall in right center on you. So the idea was good to try to crowd him, just didn't execute the pitch.
Rizzo knocks it down, step on the bag, throw, tag, inning over. Cubs giving the White Sox a dose of their own medicine. That is a 3-6 double play. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Nicely done.
At Discount Tire, we'll get you the right tire at the lowest price for your vehicle. Get a $70 Visa prepaid card when you buy any set of 4 Michelin tires.
I love shopping at Binny's Beverage Depot. Where else am I going to find almost 9,000 wines like Chateauneuf du Papa, Chansonnier, Montrachet, and Gabardougat Stay Italia. I screwed up at the end. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Did you interview?
This summer, make the most of the season with the Jeep brand's legendary capability. Cherish every sunrise in the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Or chase every sunset with Jeep Cherokee's 31 mpg highway. Your endless summer starts at the Jeep Summer Clearance Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,500 total bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on Jeep Cherokee models.
A pitcher who can paint the corners is known as a Rembrandt. At GMC, we get why people love that kind of precision. After all, in everything we build, that's exactly what we deliver. This is precision. This is GMC. Now pay no interest for 5 years, plus get $2,000 purchase cash on 2015 Sierra SLT models.
2:30 on CSN.
Welcome back to Wrigley. We are scoreless here in the bottom of the 6th, and soccer fans, listen up. MLS returns to CSN as the Chicago Fire take on the Seattle Sounders tomorrow at 7 p.m., and you can catch that right here on CSN. Well, tomorrow it's the big matchup of both aces. John Lester, Chris Sale going at it, and John Lester talking to the media earlier this afternoon about having always enjoyed watching Chris Sale pitch. Says, you know, he got to know him a little bit last year. He's a fun-loving guy, loves to pitch, and he says he's wiry, elbows flying everywhere, but boy, can he chuck the ball. And he says it's always fun, of course, to go up against the best. So looking forward to that matchup. And guys, even funnier, Lester in a very humorous mood this morning said, if I'm a betting guy, I wouldn't bet on my second hit coming tomorrow, probably against that guy.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, that should be a terrific matchup.
Yeah, no fun ABs. Against Chris Sale, especially for a left-handed hitter.
2 strikes on Addison Russell. Here it comes. 1 and 2. 4 hits for the White Sox. 2 hits for the Cubs. These 2 young pitchers have been terrific.
Well, when you look at these clubs, the way they have struggled offensively and the way they've pitched, you kind of expect this kind of ball game here this weekend. That one just really got away from Rodon.
Fills it up 3 and 2. Fowler and Rizzo also due here in the Cubs half of the 6th. The pitch. Almost hit him. Ball 4.
Russell working a couple of walks here today.
I think the game plan for Rodon is just to keep setting up double play chances.
Yeah, he kind of crossed us up last inning. He went 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts.
Long time Sox pitching coach Don Cooper. I love how honest he is with the media. I know he does a weekly thing on the Score. The quote the other day was essentially about Chris Sale and some other guys in the roster, and he said, Chris Sale's keeping me employed, so I hope they don't trade him. Great line. Yeah, I have a hard time imagining the White Sox would seriously consider trading maybe the best pitcher in the American League. He was under control for a while with a pretty affordable number. I don't know if you could get enough in return.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any such thing as an untouchable, but he probably would be about as close as there is. And you know, that's what scouting is all about. If somebody were to come to you with a package that was just so enticing, you probably would have to at least think about it. I don't know how deep their farm system is. I don't know if they have much on the way.
Check on Russell. But what will be interesting to see in this inning, okay, you want to stay out of the double play that's really bitten the Cubs. They did hit and run earlier and ran into out number 3 at third, but I have a feeling if Joe wants to run, thinks he can, he will. He's not going to be deterred by what has already happened in the ballgame today. Especially in a 0-0 tie, you may have to get even more aggressive.
Yeah, and Addison Russell has not proven to be a good base stealer at this level. I think that may come with time, so he might not feel comfortable with his reads. So if he were to play hit and run here, I'm sure Addison would not get a great jump off the left-hander Rodon, and Dexter swings and misses a fair bit. That would be the big downside. But yeah, I mean, that's the game you play. And a lot of times when you start base runners in this situation, it's not so much being aggressive, it's being protective, trying to stay out of that double play. And what's more likely to happen, the swing and miss or the ground ball double play? And who knows? The way you're going today, it's probably the foul pop to the catcher double play. That's about the only one we haven't seen.
Glorious Friday afternoon. Wow.
As a manager, you have to look at it as what's the most likely scenario in this situation? This pitcher, this hitter, this base runner, not what has happened in the first 5 innings of the game.
It's Joe's mantra, really. I mean, he's got his card. He at all times is thinking about the likelihood of this happening or that happening, and weighing the risk and the reward. It's every manager's job.
Borderline. Yeah, well, when you're having a day like today with the double plays the way they've come, you'd be tempted to get one of those magic 8 balls and just shake it. Should I start my base runner now? Shake it up. Ask me later. Outlook fuzzy.
Not going Fowler fouls. Yeah, I think exactly what you said earlier in this sequence is probably driving Joe's decision to not have Russell on the move here on a 3-2. The swing and miss potential, and Russell not yet. Great base stealer. That's tapped up along first. Foul.
And you got Fowler, who runs well, so he's got a chance to beat the relay on a ground ball. A better chance than many. And you're getting into the stage of the game where these are critical decisions. One play could determine the outcome of this game.
Another 3-2. Called strike 3 on the inside. Well, that is a big pitch potentially here in this inning. Fowler saying you missed it.
Yeah, four strikeouts for Rodon today. They've all been looking. And yeah, that pitch was inside. Rizzo boosting that on-base percentage with a couple of walks. Would not be stunned to see him try to push a bunt towards third base off the lefty here in this situation. Chris Bryant up next. Saladino way off the bag. Tough lefty on the mound.
Jake Petrichka. Rodon is up over 90 pitches. This has been more common than not. Eaton is in, and he makes a running grab. He's got a shot at Russell. Safe, barely safe. He got in head first.
Well, the way today is going, you almost thought they were going to get him. 4 double plays turned by the White Sox already, and awfully close to number 5. This would have been a different feel. Russell went just far enough where he could scramble back ahead of that throw.
I think that's always the goal as a base runner, whether it's the lead you have or in that situation, you want to be able to just be able to get back.
Yeah, he probably drifted a little too far there. I mean, he was able to beat it back. A ball like that, you want to read it and make sure you go far enough where you can beat a possible force play at second base. Rodon has allowed 4 home runs this year, all to right-handed batters.
Inside 1-1. And looking at some of his starts, 6 innings, 108 with a pitch count, 4 innings, 96, 6 innings, 103, 6 innings, 116. He's had a couple of 5-inning starts of over 100 pitches.
Man, his last 2, you know, the double plays have saved him here today. Not for the double plays. It'd be, you know, the 5th inning, 100+ pitches. But that's the thing, he's a young kid. Last year he was in college, 22 years of age, pitching at a high level.
Three and 1. One pitch, one zone here for Bryant. As the Cubs try to break this scoreless tie. Second walk of the inning, 6th on the day. Might that be it?
I think that was, I don't want any part of him. And here comes the aforementioned Don Cooper.
So we're going to get one more batter here.
What's the old adage? You'd rather pull him one too early than one too late. This could prove to be the one too late if he gets this. He takes this confrontation with Soler. Yes, Cooper and I were teammates on the Columbus Clippers.
Okay.
Back in 1984-85, somewhere in there.
Pitching coach material 30 years ago?
Well, you know, Coop was a big personality. Loved to talk the game. I don't know that I projected him as a pitching coach, but not surprised to see him still in the game. Frankly, I don't know who I played with back in the day that I thought, yeah, that guy's going to make a good pitching coach someday.
Right, like when I talked to David Ross, I think he'll be a big league manager within 5 years after he's retired. Easy prediction because it'll take 5 or 6 or 7 years, depending on when he retires, for me to be proven wrong. So it'll be Rodon against Soler. Strikeout in the 2nd, infield hit in the 4th.
This is a risky play by Robin Ventura. It's the nature of the game, right? There's always upside and downside to any move. There's always the potential for something to backfire on you.
Our AT&T U-verse multi-view. 2 more walks here in the 6th inning.
One of his best off-speed pitches of the afternoon.
Members of Fits and the Tantrums will be performing in the extra innings show on the Budweiser bleacher right field porch. After the game, they'll conduct the stretch. There's a little tune-up. Chopped foul near the Cubs dugout. Back into the dugout. White Sox fan gave it to a young Cub fan. That is how you do it. Big fan of your work, sir. 1-2 to Soler. The pitch. Line and caught. Saladino down to a knee, made the grab. Soler hit another bullet. This time for an out. His combatants nod. Did everything he could, but pick up a go-ahead hit.
This summer, get ready for suspense. Unbridled jealousy.
She's still there.
New beginnings.
Goodbye.
And sheer exhilaration.
Rock and love. Roger.
It's the event you don't want to miss. It's the Summer of Audi sales event. Get the Audi you've always wanted with zero do-it signing now during the Summer of Audi sales event.
Hey, Ralph, traveling. What the heck's going on out there? That's flagrant.
Bo needs my help.
What?
I'm from Camp, Wisconsin. You need to have some fun.
Whoa, yeah.
Wisconsin. Amazing what a little fun will do.
When she comes, she'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Now at National Tire and Battery, buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly when you get them installed. Choose from select in-stock Goodyear, Continental, Cooper, Nitto, and more. You're going places this summer. But first, hurry into your neighborhood NTB, home of the lowest tire price guarantee. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free instantly. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need.
And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Butler Bramer Communications in Plainfield, Iowa. Also to all the men and women around the world watching on the American Forces Network. And those fans watching on ESPN UK. My wife and son are watching in London, where they are right now. Hi, honey. What's up, Leo? They get a behind-the-scenes look at beautiful Wrigley Field. The Cubs offer 90-minute guided tours that include a chance to step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. For more info, Cubs.com/tours. Underway in the 7th.
Well, getting down to cases here. Hendricks continues to string zeros. 3rd consecutive start. There is action in the Cub bullpen.
1-1. Garcia lines one, caught, leaping grab, Addison Russell.
There have not been many hard hit balls today off Kyle Hendricks. That was one, but Russell well positioned and a heck of a play. Perfectly timed.
How about a dose of your own medicine, Avi? He made a leaping catch to save the game on Saturday against Baltimore. Robbed a game-tying home run from Chris Davis. Happens to everybody. Alexei Ramirez.
Ooh,
ball,
good,
1 strike. This is one of the better ones you'll see. Davis thought, yeah, well, I just tied the game. Look at that. Popped up into center field. Drifting in is Fowler. 2 gone. Flowers now with 2 outs. Grimm and Russell. Rodon is done for the day. He got it done.
Yeah,
a lot of traffic.
I think Robin got a little lucky there by leaving him in for that confrontation with Soler. Soler hit the ball right on the screws, but right to the third baseman. So he ended up posting a 0.
Strange line for him. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts.
Like a early in the career A.J. Burnett kind of line.
Yeah, right. One and two.
This is proving that there's more than one way to get it done. Just the contrast between these two pitchers here today. Rodon, the power lefty, struggling with command. Hendricks, the finesse righty. It's all about command.
He hasn't walked anybody. He did hit Abreu. Toward the middle. And Russell can't get rid of it. Flowers has a 2-out hit. Going to bring up Sanchez. The 3rd consecutive scoreless start to this point for Kyle Hendricks. And what a way to go into the All-Star break for him.
Yeah, and those last 2 starts, he needed to be that good. The Cubs scored a total of 3 runs in those games, so he won 1-0 and won 2-0. And that's pressure pitching. It's one thing to pitch shutout baseball when you've got 5 or 6 runs of support, but in games like this where one little mistake can be the difference, you know, that's a mental grind. Couple flare base hits for Sanchez here today, so he's pretty much used up his karma quotient.
Cutter is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, so you have 2 flare hits, 2 infield hits, 5 total.
He is practiced in the art of deception. And these White Sox hitters like to swing the bat, so they go up there hacking. We've seen them go out, chase changeups, cutters off the plate. Hendricks smart enough to know that he could limit the amount of time he spends in the strike zone because of their aggressive nature.
Connor Gillespie's on deck. He would bat for Rodon. Got a Rodon and a Rondon in the ballpark. Hector, Cubs right-hander. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kind of swing that tells you as a pitcher, I go right back to that.
Well, 2 things. You either say, man, he's just not seeing that changeup, or he's got to be looking for the changeup after that bad hack and will try an elevated fastball.
Looks like Hendricks wants to throw the change. And a late call for time.
See, just the body language of Sanchez there tells me that he was looking for that changeup.
Well, this feels like a fastball situation, but they're going to discuss it. Can you quadruple up on the changeup. He's thrown 3 in a row.
I think there's two things. Well, he took such a bad swing, and the fact that he took that last one, Sanchez may feel like he's not going to throw me one here, and you could fool him, but that's a high-risk pitch because if you miss, it's ball 4. Excuse me, this guy doesn't have a lot of sock in his bat, so I think the thinking should be, let's just go good, sinker, middle of the way, keep it down around the knees.
Another leaping catch by Addison Russell. I believe that was a changeup.
Yeah.
Time for the stretch.
Performers and guest conductors for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Fits and the Tantrums.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Commies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some
The Nissan Rogue. With blind spot warning, a round view monitor, and intuitive all-wheel drive that knows just when to kick in. Choose Rogue, just $194 per month, or get 0% APR for up to 60 months. Nissan, innovation that excites. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Update your deck with UltraDeck Rustic Composite Decking. This low-maintenance decking provides you with the look of real wood without the upkeep. With easy hidden fastener installation and available in lengths up to 20 feet, only $199 a linear foot. Add style to your porch with designer's image, low-maintenance vinyl deck and porch railings. Premium pre-assembled railings are easy to install. Just $49.99 each.
Save big money at Menards.
Now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag NorthsideDataStrongFan. You just might see yourself on an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Jake Petrichka here in the bottom of the 7th. We're still scoreless.
You see the numbers for Petrichka. ERA of 3. You'll note that he doesn't strike out many. 19 strikeouts in 30 innings. He gets a lot of ground ball outs, a ton of ground ball outs. With a 2-seam fastball. Also throws a slider and a change.
That's Coughlin batting for Denorfield.
That ground ball thread kind of runs throughout their bullpen. They get more outs on the ground than any bullpen in baseball.
Like the Andy Samberg bit from SNL. I threw it on the ground.
I didn't see the bit.
That one? Yeah. I might want to YouTube it. It's pretty good. Zach Duke, left-hander. Which was not where Flowers wanted it. He wanted that pitch neck high. It ended up being right in a perfect hitting zone for Coughlin.
Okay, now with the righty on the mound and a ground ball specialist, the running game much more in play. Yeah, you see Fowler set that mitt very high. Petrichka left that ball about mid-thigh, right in the happy zone for Coughlin. Castro here, and now Montero out on deck for Teagard.
Good lead by Coughlin. Held by Abreu. Had the feel over there at first that Coughlin wanted to get as big a lead as he could, knowing that Petrichka was going to throw over. There he goes. And they will not stay out of the double play. 6-3. Wow. Runners have been on the move.
It's just amazing.
Twice, and they've still turned it. Both times with Castro at the bat. At 5 now?
Yes.
And that's the first one that didn't end an inning. Teagarden will take the at-bat. 2 outs and nobody on. So the White Sox pitching today has been able to record 10 outs on 5 pitches. Think about Rodon's pitch count had he not gotten the 4. I mean, as it was, he was at 104 pitches through 6.
And you just feel for Joe because he's trying everything he can do. He starts coggling there to try to stay out of the double play.
Corey checks in on Twitter regarding the SNL bid. He said, you've got to turn off Seinfeld every now and again.
I'm a big SNL guy.
No, I know you are.
But I missed that. Yeah, I don't know.
That's not my dad. That's a cell phone. One-two pitch. Fouled into the upper deck. 41-580. Inside the ballpark today. Waiting to erupt. So far they've been treated as some really good pitching. Two and two. Steven on Twitter, why not sack bunt to eliminate the double play chance? Well, Joe hates giving up outs. And, you know, the sack bunt rate right now is lower than it's ever been. Waiting for the big headline, Fangraphs or something like that. Is the sack bunt dead?
Yeah, well, and we'll talk about it later.
Hold that thought. To the 8th. 0-0.
When you get a Honda Accord, you get more than just a car. You get a soundtrack for your morning commute, a better view of your surroundings, a way to stay connected while staying on track, and you're getting a great deal on a record 29-time Car and Driver 10 Best winner. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer and test drive a Honda today.
Amazing Cascade video walls from Prism. Learn more at prism.com.
When a day's work was mining for gold under the frozen ground for 12 straight hours, happy hour had a whole new meaning. And when the men sat down for their banquet, Mr. Coors brought a beer worthy of the occasion. a beer that's still known as the banquet beer.
Coughlin, after pinch hitting for Denorfia, will play left. And it is hard throwing Hector.
Yeah, after finesse Hendricks, it's hard throwing Hector, and he's got a 1.98 ERA. He hits 206 against him.
Emilio Bonifacio, the ex-Cub, will pinch hit to lead off this 8th inning. So let's finish the thought on the sac bunt.
Yeah, I'm just looking, I'm perusing my scorecard here, and I'm looking at the different situations. First inning, Rizzo's on first. Bryant bounces into a double play, so you're not going to bunt there. Twice it was Castro. At the bottom of the order coming up, you're probably not going to count on those guys to drive in runs. You don't want to give up outs as you get down towards the bottom of your batting order. I guess there's, you could argue, well, in the last inning, if you have Starlin bunt, or maybe play a little bunt run instead of double play, you got Montero to pinch hit, you got a better chance of scoring. But I mean, and just philosophically, I'm with Joe. I think I hate to give up outs.
For those who think Starlin should be a good bunter, he has 1 sac bunt the last 5 years combined. And I think the other part of it is Joe is not comfortable asking guys who don't do it a lot to do it.
Yeah, and you see some managers will do that, and then the argument being, well, that's what the game called for. So it's like, it's not on me, it's on them. They didn't execute. But as manager, you have to know what your guys are capable of doing. So even if the situation says this would be a pretty good idea, as a manager, you have to say, yeah, but my chances of executing the play aren't so good because of the personnel involved. So it's just one of those weird days. I mean, it's just, I'm sure Joe after the game, he'll just kind of say baseball.
So
Bonifacio ran up as if to bunt. The pitch hit him.
So the question was, did he swing at it? And they determined he did not. And that's why he will get first base. Yep. Did he bunt?
And it looks like he was able to keep the bat back. I'm not sure I saw the ball hit him for sure.
It did. I think.
Did it?
I thought it was pretty clear. He did a nice job last year with the Cubs. His first 8 games of the season last year, he went 19 for 38. Watch.
Oh, yeah, inside of the leg.
19 for 38, so he was batting .500 through the first 8 games last season. Versatile, switch hitter, good guy in the clubhouse. Unfortunately, he's on with nobody out. That ball pops out of Teagarden's glove. So the White Sox will try to play some small ball here with Eaton and Saladino before the power guys come up.
White Sox have been a terrible base stealing team this year. They've stolen 26, but they've been caught 23 times. Bonifacio is 0 for 4.
There he goes. Bonifacio running. The throw to second. Late.
Pretty good lead. Good jump. Rondon not quick to home. Teagarden didn't have much of a chance.
Oh.
Except for the fact that Bonifacio likely was out. Or at least possibly was out. That was a lot closer than our first look.
Joe does not have a challenge, but okay, he looked out there.
Yeah.
Did he hang on to the ball? I assume he did. If he did, he was out.
I mean, that's a very difficult call for an umpire to make without replay.
Bunted toward third, and it's a good one. Throw to first. Out at first. So it's a sac bunt. Bonifacio to third. 1 away.
Yeah, this time it lined up perfectly for Ventura with the personnel he had involved. Bonifacio on base, able to steal, and Eaton, who handles the bat well, can get a bunt down, moves him over, and almost gets himself a base hit.
J.B. Shuck will hit for Saladino, went 0 for 3 in his major league debut.
Going back to that tag at second base, if you're an umpire and you're looking at that play, how do you see the tag and the feet at the base at the same time?
Right.
You'd almost have to step back and get a broader view, and even then it would still be, guesswork.
Here comes Chris Bosio. Big spot in this ball game. 1 out runner at third, 8th inning.
Shuck, a good extra man, a good defensive player in the outfield. Gives you a good AB off the bench. He's 5 out of 17 in the pinch. He'll take his walks. Hardly ever strikes out.
And the game-winning RBI double off the bench last weekend on the 4th versus the Orioles. Infield in. Bonifacio at third. The pitch. And it's low. Kyle Hendricks, fantastic again today. 3 straight scoreless starts for the 25-year-old right-hander. And as JD mentioned, he has pitched in a bunch of tight ball games. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Kyle will get a no decision today.
Continuing what has just been an unbelievable run for the Cubs starters.
Pitch out, wondering if the White Sox might squeeze. 2-1.
Solid stuff, boy, for Kyle Hendricks. Take this run into the All-Star break feeling awfully good about things.
Bonifacio toward the plate, but the ball's foul. Got Cincinnati on the brain. And looking at the last 3 starts, no runs, no drips, no errors.
Johnny Bench.
Yeah.
What was that? What was it? It was for the Krylon.
It was iconic 1980s commercial. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rondon needs a strikeout. Not going to get it though. Bonifacio tagging. Coughlin the catch. Here comes the throw. White Sox have the lead. Sacrifice fly for J.B. Shuck. Coughlin was really just not able to get behind that ball. It was hit just a little too deep for him to.
Yeah, he takes a couple of steps in and was somewhat flat-footed as he kind of. At the end of the day, he got off a pretty strong throw, despite the fact that he didn't have anything going into it.
So 1-0 White Sox. And they get that run without the benefit of a hit. Hit batter, stolen base, sack bunt, sack fly. So as we just talked about the little game, the little ball game, they were able to play it. Not part of the order. This will end the inning. 3-1. Rizzo to Rondon. Sack fly, J.B. Shuck. And we go to the last of the 8th. Now 1-0 for the visitors.
Year after
after year after year, Ford F-Series delivers outstanding toughness, capability, and efficiency. Construction, farming, forestry, F-Series is #1 in every hard-working industry out there. Not just this year or last year, since Puka Shells and Disco. Ford F-150, Ford Super Duty, America's #1 trucks for 38 straight years.
Get $5,300 savings plus $750 bonus cash or lease for $259 a month.
They're everywhere. Hidden gems. Designer name brands at everyday low prices. You seek them out with the skills of a seasoned hunter. Patience, a keen eye, identifying your targets. And with your Club Goodwill Rewards card, you earn points on every purchase for more savings.
Gerald Kia of North Aurora knows how to put an all-new car buying experience at your fingertips. It's because we understand what you want. You want an award-winning dealer that can deliver excellent customer satisfaction. You want a huge Kia inventory so you can drive home today in the Kia of your choice. And you want the security of a lifetime warranty that you can only get at Gerald Kia. With customer satisfaction, a huge inventory, and a lifetime of service, Gerald Kia has what you want. Gerald Kia of North Aurora at I-88 and Orchard Road is always a better deal. I guarantee it.
Hi again, everyone. Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios with a Sportsnet Central update. We have team coverage of the Crosstown opener coming up on Sportsnet Central. That's after Cubs postgame live. Plus, the captain, Jonathan Taves, gets his day with the Stanley Cup. And after the final out of this one, Todd Hollingsworth and Bill Melton join me for Cubs postgame live. Let's send it back to Len and JD.
Here at Wrigley Field, it is 1-0 White Sox. Gordon Beckham will now play third. Adam LaRoche at first for Abreu, and Zach Duke, veteran left-hander, takes over on the hill.
Well, Duke been around a long time. Debuted with the Pirates back in '05 as a starting pitcher. Had some early success, then got knocked around a fair bit. Struggled through some tough years. Made the transition to the bullpen and has found success as a reliever.
Jonathan Herrera, switch hitter, pinch hitting here.
This is Duke's first year with the White Sox. Signed a multi-year deal this winter.
Herrera. Russell next. It's a strike, 2-1.
There's 3 out of 14 as a pinch hitter. He's had a number of good games lately. And some good things off the bench and contributing when he gets the occasional start.
Bunted, foul. Come back up and hit him.
Flowers, excuse me, trying to make the case that the ball hit him in fair territory. Dan Bellino will have none of it.
Very difficult to get that call. Mott and Grimm. Let's see, it looks like Beckham in the 2 spot in their lineup now. LaRoche 9. Pitcher spot 3.
Talked earlier about this run-scoring environment in Major League Baseball these days. This feels like a dead ball era game, doesn't it? Guys trying to bunt, all these double plays being turned.
Swing and a miss, so Duke comes all the way back. Strikes out Herrera.
Have we seen an outfielder turn around and run yet today?
No, we've seen him run in.
Yeah. Trying to recall even a guy having to drift back on a deep fly ball.
Well, really, actually, the sac fly where Coughlin just couldn't find enough time to get behind it. Duke, a longtime starter with the Pirates. Starting in 05, and he was an All-Star 2009. Since 2011, mostly as a reliever. And last year with Milwaukee, 74 appearances and a 2.45 ERA. Turned that into a 3-year contract with the White Sox. Two and two. And I would say almost in every case, late in their career, guys will go from starter to reliever. It's because it's their only chance to hang around, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember John Smoltz's case. I know he had arm issues, but do you remember the specific reason why he became a closer?
I think it was post-surgery.
Yeah. But very few guys like Duke, just one day the manager says, I think he'd be better in the league.
No, and Duke, you know, he's kind of dropping down a little lower arm angle here than he used to use, and I think he just had the wherewithal to essentially reinvent himself. Said, all right, what I'm doing is now working. More of a conventional delivery as a starter. Let's change the arm angle a little bit, see if I can become a guy who really neutralizes left-handed hitters. And
ball 4. How about Russell's day? He's walked all 3 times. So it's Fowler with a runner at first and 1 out. That one off his foot. Cubs 4-2 on this homestand. That'll lead right into the All-Star break. I'm sorry, 4-3. Just trying to forget Wednesday night. Here it is. It's a strike. And it's 0-2. Cubs starting pitchers came in the last 10 games with a 1.32 ERA. The team has won 7 of those 10. But they trail here 1-0.
runs will be at a premium again tomorrow. It's John Lester versus Chris Sale.
That is 11 consecutive games which starters have allowed 2 or fewer runs. They had a 10-game stretch going into today that had only been done 2 other times by a Cubs staff since 1914. According to stats, it happened in 72 and in 1919. And then in a 19. And bounce. Did it hit him? Nope. Ooh. Looked like it might have gotten a shoelace. Well, maybe not.
No. Here we go again. To run or not to run? Brandon Hyde letting Russell know.
Not going, and called strike 3.
Third time Dexter has been rung out looking today. Last time it was a 3-2 fastball that was off the plate inside. He's not even going to bother Dan Bellino this time. He's not calling that on the swing. He called it a strike.
It's been the biggest strike zone vertically we've seen all year. But as you said, it's kind of been that way all day. And Rizzo with 2 outs.
I wonder if Dan has a low ERA, a low umpire's ERA. If he has this zone consistently, I'm guessing yes.
Outfield deep. Rizzo fouls away. Corner guys particularly. And no doubles right now with a 1-run lead. Trying to keep Russell from scoring here with 2 outs.
Yeah, and Cabrera starts to drift a little bit towards the line and left. So trying to protect that well area a little bit.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Spoiler there by Rizzo. And the curve.
That drop down delivery of Duke, the hope is from his point of view that the left-handed hitter would pull off a little bit, leak that front shoulder. Doesn't really happen with Rizzo.
No. He chased one off the plate. All the outs, strikeouts for Duke. In fact, no balls into play in that 8th inning.
Southwest is having a sale because when there's a reunion, every cent should go to a killer dress. And heels. And a blowout. Mani-pedi, 3 weeks of tanning, facial, backup dress, bronzer, lip gloss. Book for as low as $73 one way now at southwest.com.
To win a national championship once is a big deal. Binny's Beverage Depot has won it 3 times as National Retailer of the Year for wine, spirits, and beer. Low prices, a gigantic selection, and super service. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
The new flamethrower cheeseburger now with a $5 lunch. I'm going flamethrower today.
Remember what happened last time?
I'm going flamethrower today.
Remember what happened last time?
Comes with a Sunday now. I can handle it.
The $5 lunch now with the jalapeno bacon flamethrower cheeseburger.
One thing we can rely on in this house is UVerse high-speed internet.
I've been streaming movies all day without any problems.
UVerse high-speed internet has brought much-needed reliability to our lives.
It's got reliability you can rely on.
AT&T UVerse high-speed internet. With 99.9% reliability, it's one thing you can rely on.
Cub fans, put on your rally caps for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Time now for our Binny's Beverage Depot toast of the game, and the Cubs have been seeing double today. Sometimes when you see double, it's a good thing. You're hitting doubles, but today it's been double plays.
Yeah, that one there's on Castro, that Ramirez start was just spectacular. Then you got the sinking line drive. It created some confusion, turned into a rather unconventional double play. There's a strikeout throw-out double play. You know, all manner of double plays. So again, base runner going, but Ramirez there to cover, apply the tag, and finish it off. Frustrating day for the Cub hitters.
Justin Grimm charged with keeping the White Sox at 1, as the Cubs will have Bryant, Soler, and Coghlan due up against David Robertson, who should be the guy in the bottom of the ninth.
Glittering numbers for Grimm so far this year. Yeah, he has that kind of stuff. He can induce some ugly hacks.
Oh, 2. Let's take a look at the Elgin Toyota upcoming schedule. Got 2 more before the break. 3:05 start tomorrow, and then 1:20 on Sunday. 4 days off before a trip to Atlanta and Cincinnati. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Grimm ready. Here it is. Ground ball. Russell to his glove side. Little stumble. Able to recover. Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waitlist. Alexei Ramirez with 2 outs. Russell's just so athletic. Makes you jealous as an old guy to look at a 21-year-old. If I had gone down like that, I'd have been down for 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
He just gets right back up, no problem.
He's
great balance.
That's what the scouts would say. He's got a lot of life in that body.
Yeah. He'll get another chance, sliding to his right this time. Nice job, Justin Grimm. That was a 9-pitch 1-2-3. All right, here we go. Bottom of the 9th. Stay with us.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Hangry Moments.
Sorry, folks. Still waiting on that mechanic.
Jack Link's Jerky, the protein-packed way to feed your wild side.
Watch it. You feel Feel that? That's the IV Tech at work. It regulates the intake and the exhaust valves to optimize performance at any RPM. Nice. Yes!
Hurry into the Acura. It's that kind of summer event. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Acura dealer for attractive offers on the TLX.
It's called the domino effect. It starts with a plan that evolves into an action that produces a result. That result is the grand opening of the all-new Elgin Toyota with our state-of-the-art business center, and save time with our exclusive Toyota Express Maintenance. Browse over 1,000 new Toyotas and 400 used vehicles. Feel comfortable knowing that we speak your language. The grand opening sale going on now at Elgin Toyota, where Naperville Road ends and savings begin.
How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest the use of public transportation, or for bike riders, use the Cubs courtesy bike check. And for drivers, the Cubs provide free parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games from 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com.
Well, here comes the closer. Yeah, Robertson on for the 35th time. He saved 18, but he's failed on 4 occasions. A lot of 194 batting average, 3 long balls among the 26 hits. He's walked 7 while striking out 51. So there's a lot of cut fastballs, sharp curveball, changeup. Not the overpowering stuff that a lot of closers have in terms of velocity, but knows how to pitch.
Face Chris Bryant. The starter, 1-0 White Sox. Robertson on a 4-year deal with $46 million. White Sox had bullpen issues last year, and they spent some money to address it. Robertson, an all-star with the Yanks in 2011, put up a 1.08 ERA in 70 appearances. Saved 39 last year. Looking for number 19 this year. That's a strike. Alabama native. Went to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Went to Paul Bryant High School, in fact, in Tuscaloosa.
Is their nickname the Bears?
I don't know.
Houndstooth fedoras.
Swing and a miss for out number 1.
Not as cutter reliant as Kenley Jansen, but he'll remind you a little bit of Jansen. That cutter actually backed up on him, but it ended up in a good spot, riding up and in on Bryant and getting the swing through.
Miss by Soler.
A little overly anxious. We'll take a little time here to regroup. I think the Cubs' best chance to score was in the 6th when Soler was up there with a couple of men on base. And Robin Ventura decided to leave Rodon in. He had been scuffling and had walked 2 in the inning. Soler hit a bullet to right to third base to end the inning.
Yeah, you sure would love to get this one. You've got to face Chris Sale tomorrow. Cubs will have John Lester, though. This should be a fun one. Quintana and Arrieta on Sunday. So there, strikes out. 2 away. It'll be up to Chris Coghlan. That is a hard curveball, isn't it? 83 miles an hour, 84.
It's the 12th strikeout for the Cubs this afternoon.
A lot of bite. Pinch hit single in the 7th for Coghlan. Sanchez to end the game. So the White Sox steal game 1, 1-0. Bunch of double plays turned, and a team that has struggled this year defensively made some big plays.
Yeah, Ramirez, a sparkling play to start a double play here. Sanchez ends the game with a great diving catch. Just too many strikeouts for the Cub hitters again today. The strikeouts, the double plays just really minimize their chances, and the White Sox take game 1 of the series.
Yeah, 5 double plays and 12 strikeouts here today. So a couple of back-to-back one-run losses on this homestand. Cubs are 4-4 on the homestand.
Well, if you're looking for the positive, Kyle Hendricks absolutely brilliant again today. 3rd consecutive start of shutout baseball. It's 6 shutout against the Mets, 7 1/3 last time out against the Marlins, and 7 shutout here against the White Sox today. He seems to get better every time he goes out.
So once again, your final score today: the White Sox 1 and the Cubs 0. First of 6 in this season series, a crosstown Cub. We're back with you. Actually, the White Sox guys tomorrow, Hawk and Stoney, 2:30 for the pregame coverage for game 2. Now for JD and our entire crew here at Wrigley Field, Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. A lot more to come on Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live next.
Len, thank you very much. With our double play combo of Todd Hollandsworth and Bill Melton, I am Pat Boyle. At 2 struggling offensive teams, Cubs hit into 5 double plays. Your takeaway from round 1 of the crosstown?
Well, I think it's a lot of the things we talked about. I mean, you really sit back and think about Hendricks coming in. He's been throwing the ball particularly well. 15 1/3 scoreless. He continues that stretch. Pitched very, very well. Bullpen fine. You get the sacrifice fly there from the White Sox. Not a whole lot of offense to talk about. Really, if you want to find the positives, you got to talk about the pitching.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in that pregame. But look at Rodon. He did exactly what I thought he would do. I hate to say that, but 6 innings, 2 hits. He walked 6, threw over 100 pitches. Always in trouble, which is all right. He's a college kid, but he manages to get out of it. And the fact is, he's tough if you're a hitter to try to hit a guy you can't figure out. So I think what's happening is he's getting a lot of benefit of it because,
you know, he's not working them any one way because his control's not there yet for that.
Coming up, we'll have highlights. Yes, there were highlights in this game, and we'll have post-game reaction from both clubhouses. Kelly Crowell's with the Cubs, Chuck Garfien is with the White Sox. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live comes your way after the break.
Elk Grove Village is home to the largest industrial park in the United States. It's a community of makers, companies that invent, design, manufacture. When your neighbors are makers, the supply chain gets shorter and profits grow. It's why businesses thrive here. Elk Grove Village. Makers want it.
Your TV and your internet. Experience the two together like never before with this special offer from Xfinity and lock in your rate for 2 full years. Only Xfinity from Comcast gives you the X1 entertainment operating system with the cloud-based X1 DVR. So now anything you record is available on all your devices. Combine that with the fastest in-home Wi-Fi and get the most out of your entertainment. Get the X1 Triple Play for $99 a month for 2 full years. And now get even more internet speed, up to 75 megabits per second. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit Xfinity.com today.
Some things are not what they appear to be. Other things are exactly what they appear to be. The 306 horsepower Lexus IS 350, as aggressive as it looks. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Brian Bearhan, straight up bat by Soler. High drive. Rizzo save. Caught by Russell. Struck him out. What a moment for the kid.
Cubs Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. This is Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live.
Diving catch. Sanchez to end the game. So the White Sox steal game one, 1-0.
Yes, it is Len Casper. Sox take it 1-0. 99th matchup between the White Sox and Cubs as Southsiders improved to 53 and 46 all time. Cubs hit it to 5 double plays, 4 ended innings. Hendricks, his 3rd straight scoreless start. J.B. Shuck, the sac fly in the 8th that plated Bonifacio the only run on the afternoon. Sox take round 1 of the Crosstown 1-0. Welcome to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Mike Side with Todd Hollinsworth, Bill Melton. I am Pat Boyle. We did have, I thought, a great pitching performance from Kyle Hendricks in this one. 3rd straight scoreless outing from him. If you go back to his 4th start, it's now, what, 22 1/3 innings of scoreless ball.
Well, I expected him to do much of the same. We talked about this, how good he's been at home at Wrigley Field this year. You know, a place that's comfortable to him. Got back up on the mound, did it once again, added, subtract the 2-seam fastball. You saw how many White Sox hitters out on their front foot today. A lot of them. Not a whole lot of hard contact against him, and again, executing pitches down in the zone. He lived there, and he made the White Sox work for what they got. They got nothing.
And Carlos Rodon dealing with the blister, 6 strikeouts, 6 walks, a bizarre line, but no runs.
Yeah, but that's where that bizarre line's been just about all year. I mean, he's always in that range of 6 to 8 strikeouts. He's always in the range of 5 or 6 walks, and that's because I think he's just trying to be too fine. This is the guy that He's got very little minor league experience coming out of college, and you think, you know, sometimes you give these hitters too much credit. When you got great stuff like that, you really don't have to nick them corners as much. But he's got an outstanding slider, and that's the one where he strikes you out and wipes you away. And you see that, but it always happens after 80 or 90 pitches, I think.
Let's take you through the highlights of this one. 99th meeting between these crosstown rivals. A perfect afternoon at Clark and Addison. And Todd, Sox defense, there it is. They're playing for the cup. Sox defense helping Carlos Rodon pitch out of some early jams. First 4 innings, they all ended in double play.
Well, right. I mean, you see the thought process right there. You know, you hit into it. He's not able to get the ball in the air or drive it the other way, but these guys are thinking the other way. Get outside that one just a little bit. Some of these double plays are timing plays. I mean, we put guys in motion, you know, leading the shortstop to the bag. You think back to Alexi Ramirez turning a double play, nearly standing on second base. This one right here, just obviously a bit of confusion, putting guys in play, makes a great catch. Ball comes out of the glove. Hendricks is standing down there at third base, wondering what in the world is going on. They've got the easy double play right there. There's where it's at. Russell ends up getting back, and like I said, you know, he's just strike him out, throw him out. I mean, it wasn't as if they fell into a mode where it was constantly the ball on the ground. It was the Cubs trying to create some offense. It was the effectively wildness of Rodon that made this complicated.
Sox squandered some scoring opportunities as well, twice with Carlos Sanchez on second. Adam Eaton made the last out of the inning, Bill.
Well, I've seen a lot of that this year, and I agree with Ty. I've watched enough of these games, and they always kind of wind up like this. We're always going to the 8th or 9th inning, one run. We never have the big game. But again, the only reason why the White Sox now have won 8 out of 10 is they're actually turning double plays and making the plays. They hadn't done that earlier. That's why they're a ball club that's under 500. They're basically hitting like they've been hitting all year. I don't know if that's going to change at all, but most importantly now, if we got good pitching like the Cubs have got good pitching, you make the plays behind you, got a chance to win.
Scoreless in the 8th. Emilio Bonifacio came off the bench, pitch hitting for Rodon. Former Cub, meant to bunt, but Rondon plunked him in the leg. So next at bat, Bonifacio is off to the races. Was he actually safe, though? Tell me about that one, Todd.
Well, it looks like he is. He catches him right there on the back arm, but you got to remember a little bit earlier in the ballgame, Joe Madden challenged, lost the challenge. Could ask the umpires, but they got to want to review it.
So in the bottom of the 8th inning, Zach Ducon in relief. Well, the Sox strike first here with a sac fly as Shuck lifts one to left, and Coughlin not deep enough to make a real strong throw.
Yeah, it was tough. It's a tough read right there. That ball's getting out there. That wasn't a soaring, towering blast to left where he could get really underneath it. He got it back as far as he could and got a little flat-footed on the throw.
Anthony Rizzo there goes down. Duke gets him chasing strike 3. So do or die, bottom of the 9th inning. David Robertson in on for the save. First man up, Chris Bryant gets him. Then it's Jorge Soler. He goes down as well. And then the final hope, Chris Stadorfia, lines to Carlos Sanchez, who makes a nice play there. And that is your ball game. When you go back to that play in the 3rd innings where Hendricks on second, you got Russell on first, and Fowler lines one to Garcia. You know, he loses the ball. Can you really fault the runners for both not coming back to the base on that one?
Well, they're moving. They're moving on the play, and that's just it. You get yourself into a position where you're watching the action, and if you watch where he loses the baseball, it's after about a second. The catch was secure, but then the ball pops out, so there's some hesitation over at third base, but you've got 2 runners running. You're the one closest to the action, which is your runner on first base, actually sees what happens, hightails it back to first base. Hendricks gets lost in all of this. He continues to move towards third, actually ends up coming around third base, and is completely lost on the play. And I also believe that there were more than just Kyle Hendricks that were lost on this play. I mean, it's kind of how it played itself out. He never really makes a run. See, there's miscommunication right there. If your third base coach is on top of it and sees it the way that it's happening, you know, you're screaming at him, get back, get back, get back. And it just doesn't happen that way because he's bringing him down the line trying to get him to score. I mean, it is one of those odd plays where, as you see, there is time in between the catch and the ball coming out. So a very difficult read. It's not something you point your finger at and say, well, that was our one opportunity early in the ball game. We didn't cash in. We deserve deserve to lose. I mean, sometimes it's just circumstance. It was a great play by the right fielder, Garcia. Ball pops out of there, and the base runners are just off enough to where they can turn that double play.
But also, sidebar on that play, Joe Madden uses his challenge there when it was clearly not going to work out in his favor. Would have been nice to have that in the back pocket, Bonifacio's steal attempt.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, again, that's where it burns you. Again, I don't like this system. I never have, really. It feels like you're playing a little bit of game of roulette in the middle of the ball game as well, when it's all about just getting the calls right to begin with. I've always been a big backer of that. We've advanced with our technology and certainly getting more of these calls right. But at the same time, why are we kind of having to roll the dice early in a ball game to see if it is in fact correct?
Time now to hear from Joe Madden live on Comcast Sportsnet, our Xfinity post-game press conference.
Almost 13,000 at-risk youth each year in program areas designed to encourage academic success, healthy lifestyles, good character, and citizenship. A grant from Cubs Care supports the Club Chicago Cubs RBI baseball program for more than 300 teenagers in the inner city, teaching them baseball fundamentals and skills, as well as encouraging healthy lifestyles and positive behaviors. Obviously, I can't top all of that. It's a great program, and I love the T-shirt. There we have it for today.
Talks about how hard it is to generate offense, and then couple that with double plays today and bad offense.
Kind of like a little non-fortuitous today. We in certain moments happens. It just happens. We'll show up tomorrow. I promise. We'll be ready to play again tomorrow. It's a tough loss, 2 in a row, but that's how this thing works sometimes.
Can you talk when you challenge? Obviously, you want to be challenged on the catch.
Right. Well, that and also the whole play, actually, the catch and the fact that can the ground cause a fumble. I mean, I really thought the ball did hit the ground. I don't even know if conclusively it was shown that it did not. But beyond all that, just to have total control of the baseball, kind of like I make a football move, whatever that's referenced as. I was just, it was really an awkward, it was a very non-definitive kind of a look at the whole thing, I thought.
What a great outing from Kyle again.
Outstanding. It was like 20 innings in a row, something like that. He's pretty close to that. Yeah, that's really outstanding. Great stuff once again. Another base hit out of the 8-hole. The pitchers have really continued to do a great job in the 8-hole. He was outstanding.
What in particular has stood out to you about in terms of what he's been doing these last 3 starts?
Two things. It starts with command of all of his pitches, command of his fastball, really locating well, and then off that, the changeup has been very good. He throws the ball on the ground a lot. He's very good at ground balls. He's just in such a really nice rhythm right now. But he really relies on location a lot, and it's been there. And that's why you've seen some really outstanding outings.
He broke it off 4 bats, even though you know he doesn't throw 95 miles an hour. Is that a testament to the movement, location?
Late movement, making them think they're going to do one thing and do something else. Yeah, I mean, he was blowing up some bats. There's no question about that. The ball was really running in on the righties. No question.
With him leading off in that next inning at 90, did you think about sending him out?
I did and did not. I mean, I'm watching the 7th. I thought, he was pretty much there. I felt really good. I mean, our bullpen's been so good. I feel either Ronnie or Stropey. I was trying to stay away from Stropey, give him an extra day. So I went with Ronnie right there, and then he get a hit.
Sense any frustration?
That's crazy.
You think you got it like Fowler, strikeout looking?
Oh, you're always frustrated when you don't get a job done. I mean, there's always that sense of frustration, but we'll be fine.
What was that earlier, Tom Hallion? What was that about?
Oh, the other side, their side, there was something wrong with their video replay system. Yeah, that's all.
Joe, what do you think of Rodon today?
He's good. He's got a real. When he really gains fastball command, he's gonna be really good. I'm sure they've talked about that. He's a young man. He's got a live fastball, and he's got a really good slider. Seemed like pretty good composure. But when the fastball command shows up, it's going to be really good. It's not unlike David Price. When David first began with the Rays, he great fastball, but the command issues. And then once he found that command, man, heads up.
Joe, what was your take on the first Sox-Cubs field part?
Outstanding. I mean, I've been involved in playoff baseball All-Star Baseball and World Series Baseball. This place has that feeling almost every day. It's outstanding. Win or lose, I mean, of course you want to win more than you lose, but if you're a baseball purist and if you want to know what's good for the game of baseball, come to Wrigley. Come to Wrigley, check this whole thing out. It's extraordinary. I feel really fortunate to be part of it. You got it.
So Joe Madden, after the 1-0 loss to start the crosstown, the first of 6 this year, back to that challenge in the third. You know, as you look back at the replay, when Hendricks is standing on third and the umpire's already called him out, you got to think the third base coaches should be yelling at him to get back to second. He's clearly, I mean, his back was to the play. He had no idea what had happened with Avi Garcia.
Well, that's where the miscommunication is. And again, I don't know if you want to put that on the third base coach because, again, I was a bit confused even seeing the play itself, just with whether there was a catch or not. So you've got your third base runner, a pitcher who's got on base an awful lot, standing there basically with his hands in the air. Now, his hands aren't in the air, but he's got to look. Check it out. You're going to see it in a second. It's going to come up right here. What is going on? He has no idea. All the action was to third base, and he's not getting help from anybody. That's kind of part of your problem. He gets all the way to third base. The play is, all of the action is behind him. He has no idea what's going on, and he's standing there basically helpless. If he starts to run back to second base, he doesn't know why. So, again, that's the complications of this play, and it gives the White Sox plenty of time to misfire on the throw to first base, back it up, and ultimately go all the way back down to second base and still get him out.
Did you notice we misfired on that throw?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Time now for our Sports Authority play of the game. For that, we go to the top of the 8th inning, and that challenge that Madden used back in the third could have been a benefit to him in the 8th inning as Bonifacio looked like he was out trying to steal second, but J.B. Shuck coming through here with the sac fly. That plates Bonifacio, and that's all she wrote, Bill Melton.
Well, really, that's basically the White Sox offense right there, except that we normally don't drive that run in from third with 1 out or less. We really don't do it. So that's big, and Shuck has come up and done that 3 times in the last 2 weeks. That's why we've actually won more games than we lost, because we're finally actually got a guy at the plate that brings that, well, you know, that's a crippled RBI. I mean, that's all you got to do is put it in play. But we had a lot of trouble with those.
You guys also made a great point. It was a large strike zone in this game, and maybe that benefited Rodon. As you take a look at it, home plate umpire was Dan Bellino. He's from Chicago, so not sure who he rooted for as a kid. But let's be honest,
no conspiracy.
It was a large strike zone for both teams, but probably benefited the guy who was a little more wild.
Effectively wild. Well, you and I were talking about this.
Yes.
I think that's the point that's made right there, is that the Cubs hitters, as this game goes on, I look at the 9th inning, and I guess that's where I concluded at the end of this that their strike zone, they were frustrated with the strike zone enough that they started swinging outside of the box big time, and they started chasing sliders in the dirt and sliders off the plate, where before, earlier, when he was getting the called third strikes, there was some degree of uncertainty. Dexter Fowler multiple times thought he was going to first base with a walk, and he was getting rung up, meaning pitches were off the plate. They were far enough inside to where he was convinced. There was only a couple check swings in there. So, you know, you look at how this game goes, and it kind of built himself. Rodon expanded the strike zone. He made good use of it, whether he meant to or not, and I know where you're going with that. He was able to do that. And again, so the strike zone to Cubs hitters was a bit of an uncertainty as this game went on.
We'll get more into the pitching situation. Rodon and Hendricks, we'll hear from them on the other side when Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Clouds, Blue Shield, rolls on.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
There are measures we can offer. Other agents in the field.
I work alone.
Okay, what's it gonna take?
I want a guarantee.
He wants the card.
I'm in.
He's good.
Drop my phone.
Looks like the Garcias got a new car.
What'd they get?
I don't know.
Sure doesn't look like a Buick.
Buick.
I'm outside. Where are you? I'm right here. I'm in the Buick. I don't see a Buick.
Take a fresh look at Buick. It just might surprise you.
That's not a Buick. That's what I told him.
Wow. This is
Nice.
Oh, my.
Now pay no interest for 5 years, plus get $2,250 purchase bonus cash on the specially equipped 2015 Enclave.
Great news. The best internet offer of the year is back.
Get Xfinity Internet for just $14.99 a month for 12 months. But don't wait. This offer is only back for a short time. AT&T Uverse can't give you the speed Xfinity does. Call 1-800-XFINITY to get started for as low as $14.99 a month for 12 months. Or ask how to get even more speed with Blast. Now with 50% more speed. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Wherever we drive, we all need the same thing. Great tires at low prices. That's why there's AutoTech. As McHenry County's largest independent tire dealer, we have the low prices you're looking for. Plus, friendly service from your locally owned AutoTech. And now get up to $120 rebate on Goodyear and Dunlop tires. Great tires at low prices. That's AutoTech, where tires are less. For tires, wheels, maintenance, and repair, visit these local Goodyear AutoTech centers today. Huntley, Woodstock, Crystal Lake, and McHenry.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Comcast Sportsnet, your home for Chicago Cubs baseball.
Back with our 4 seasons, heating, air conditioning, and plumbing. Who's hot, who's not? As we take a look at the crosstown at Wrigley as a whole, Aramis Ramirez in 17 games had a .393 batting average, 8 homers, 23 runs batted in. On the flip side, Dayan Viciedo in 7 games, just 1 homer, and a .454 OPS. A lot of who's not, though, when it comes to the offensive side in this game on this day, as we take a look at our Cholula hot sauce pitching recap. And a lot of that had to do the lack of hitting. Kyle Hendricks, another fantastic start, 3rd straight scoreless start from him.
Yeah, a lot of fun. You know, steps on the accelerator and then pulls it right off. I mean, that's the fun thing when you watch Kyle go. That changeup is so effective against just